the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history books? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
The playing hall for the 2024 FIDE candidates. Not only do the chairs have to be super comfy, but the boards have to be of the best quality, which is why we are using the sets designed by Pentagram for the World Chess. These were first created in 2013 for the candidates, and over a decade later, we are still using them in the candidates and the World Chess Championship matches. And if you want to get your hands on one of these beautiful boards, FIDE is hosting an auction on the online shop, where 2 of the sets used in this very tournament will be signed by all 16 participants. Check out the FIDE website for more information. Now that we've taken a look at the pieces, let's take a look at the pairings for today. Of course, yesterday was an interesting one, all games drawn in the women's section, and at some point it looked like all games would be drawn in the open section. Of course, this is not what happened. We had 2 decisive results between Nakamura and Alireza and Gukesh and Nijat. Today, the 2 winners in the open section, Gukesh and Nakamura, will be facing off over here. In the women's section, things are going a little bit slower, but an interesting game to watch is between youngster Vaishali and the experienced Katerina Logno. Follow the FIDE live broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Hi everyone, welcome to our coverage of the 6th round of play at the 2024 Candidates Tournament. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm very happy to be joined again by the 5-time world champion from India, Anand. Let's take a quick look at the results from round 5. We had 2 decisive games in the open section, with Nakamura winning a long game against Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh winning an even longer game against Prague-Abasov. So everything was decided in the final minutes of play. But overall, it was a very exciting day where Prague and Vidit also had chances to win, but let out their respective opponents. The standings in the open section have Nepo and the youngster Gukesh at 3.5 out of 5 +2, followed closely by Caruana at 3 points, and Naka and Prague not far behind at 50%. So the women had all 4 draws yesterday, with Tan-Muzychuk having good chances to win, as well as Katerina Logno, but maybe they're saving their decisive games for today, round number 6. We still have Tan at the top of the score table with 3.5 out of 5, Garyachkina following at 3 points, and a quite large contingent at 2.5, 50%, with Katerina Logno and Nurgul Salimova and Vaishali. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from round number 5.
The FIDE Candidates is back with another exciting day of action after our first rest day. We had the tremendous honor to welcome Andrea Bocelli, the world's greatest tenor, who himself is a humongous chess fan. Before the start of the round, he played a game against 5-time world chess champion Anand, and then greeted our candidates in the playing hall. Bocelli had a little chat with Fabiano Caruana, his former compatriot, and Hikaru Nakamura. Today, all the games in the FIDE Women's Candidates finished in a draw. Tan Jonggi, the tournament leader, had an extra pawn against Nurgul Salimova. but Salimova had enough counterplay to bring the game to an easy draw. Humpy Koneru's game against Alexandra Goryachkina was a quiet, solid one, and the Queen's Gambit declined. The players rapidly reached an endgame which never deviated from an equal evaluation. Vaishali, playing against Tan-Muzychuk, also reached an endgame as early as move 22. The position closed completely soon after, and the players agreed to a draw. The only game today that was close to being decisive was Katerina Logno versus Lei Ting-jae. Logno, playing with the black pieces, went into a sharp line and got a winning position against Lei. Logno's pieces were dangerously close to the white king, but unfortunately she failed to find the precise continuation to capitalize before the position returned to equality. The FIDE Candidates tournament, on the other hand, treated us to quite a few surprises. The game featuring our tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, came dangerously close to the edge for Ian, but he managed to fall off the cliff against young Pragnananda. The Indian prodigy came well prepared and was pressing with white, but Nepo managed to keep the game going and was rewarded with a draw. A similar scenario happened in the game between Vidit and Fabiana Caruana. In phase, Fabi was just a couple moves away from resigning. Vidit confessed that he saw the right continuation, but thought that the way he played would also bring him to victory. Unfortunately, he missed an important defensive resource in this variation and had to settle for a draw. A clearly disappointing result for our Indian fans. In our remaining two games, they looked like they were headed towards draws. Unfortunately for Frenchman Alireza Firouzja, the ever-popular Hikaru Nakamura found an amazing trick. Hikaru called his choice a gamble, which worked out perfectly, as Firouzja failed to find the right defense and had to resign. In fact, the change in the evaluation bar was so sudden that many journalists and spectators could not believe their eyes when the results appeared in the broadcast. In our final game today, Gukesh was up a pawn in a queen endgame against Prague-Abasov. The game was objectively drawn, and for a long time, Abasov managed to keep it level. However, from a practical standpoint, it is very difficult to hold such an endgame, and Abasov eventually erred. Gukesh immediately capitalized on his mistake and now joins Jan Nepomniachtchi in the lead with his second win of the tournament.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about yesterday's games. There was one interesting point that I think we did not realize, Vishy, which is that Firouzja actually offered Hikaru a draw on the 43rd move.
Okay.
Yeah, we had no idea about that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting what Hikaru was saying on his stream after the game. He said, why would I take a draw here? I felt like only I could be better. But more importantly, got to get those stream hours, another 4-hour game, and it would be a total disaster. Less money for you guys, meaning the commentators who were working on his channel. So that was his motivation for keeping that game going, which was obviously very, very funny. But yeah, I mean, I felt very sorry for Firouzja, losing that game. But when you get this additional piece of information, which is that he offered a draw, I'm kind of an anti-draw person, I think, at this point, and I probably wouldn't even offer a draw like in an equal position and in some place where you're already like a little bit worse, right? You definitely, I guess, it's not ideal to be offering a draw from my point of view. So I feel like Hikaru kind of snatched the psychological advantage at that point when he declined the draw offer.
I think so. It's a very loaded decision to offer a draw in a position where you're not sure your opponent's going to accept. I think you're much better off, unless you're making a psychological gamble, which is in a position where nothing is clear at all. You're simply testing your opponent's intentions. But in any position where the trend is becoming clear, and by that point Firouzja was not better anymore,
right,
then you should not offer that, because it suggests betrays an impatience on your part, and then exactly what Hikaru did.
Yeah, Hikaru was saying that, his mindset was just to keep this game going for as long as possible. It wasn't that he necessarily thought he was winning or, trying to win. He just was trying to keep the game going. He also noted that Firouzja at some point was clearly playing for the win, right? Like we saw with that F6 move that he played, that he didn't have to do towards the end. So Hikaru was having the impression at some point, because Hikaru blundered this whole F4 Rook G2 idea by Firouzja.
Okay.
Right, and so after that, he felt like Firouzja started playing for the win, and he started shaking the table, and that was his sign, that Firouzja was getting quite excited about this prospect of actually winning, because his pawns admittedly did look dangerous, right? They were certainly winning ideas in the position for white.
But they're pretty well blockaded. So, but anyway, the point is not whether someone is objectively better, but gauging their intentions. And it seems that Hikaru did that very smartly.
Yeah, he even made this distinction in his post-game chat that he said it felt like Firouzja needed the win while I wanted the win. You see, so he just felt that Firouzja was feeling a lot of pressure to move on from that -1 score. And I guess that, that backfired. In that game, Hikaru was there to seize his opportunity. And you know what else is interesting about that game? That, he wasn't sure how to evaluate the knight versus the rook endgame. We also weren't sure. We were like, who was playing for a win when we first got there, right? I mean, because there are scenarios where the rook wins and wins the a5 pawn. It turns out the knight was pretty good, but it turns out that Hikaru also didn't know the evaluation when he went for it. He actually said it was a bit of a gamble on his part. And he was saying that if he would have wanted the draw, he would have brought that knight to b2 instead of f4. So when he played knight f4, he was actually kind of, in his words, gambling.
Okay.
Yeah, so quite interesting.
So these small decisions are actually what decide games in the sixth hour, because both sides are low on energy. And
shall we take a look at today's pairings?
Yes.
And make some predictions for what we think we'll see in the opening. So we have Gukesh and Naka, who played against, who both won yesterday, playing against each other. Vidit versus Firouzja, Prague versus Abasov, and Nepo versus Caruana. Okay, that's a big one, right? These two guys have won the last 3 candidates tournaments between them.
That's right.
Right, so that is definitely something that we're going to want to watch. Let's talk about some opening predictions. Gukesh versus Hikaru. Gukesh has opened here with both 1 d4 and 1 e4. So I find it kind of hard to predict where he's going to go. There's 1 win by Hikaru. Actually, they haven't played much classical chess at all. That 1 win came at the 2023 Norway chess tournament.
And very much a thing where Hikaru waited for Gukesh to overreach and punished it. So it was with black. And I think that would be Hikaru's dream today as well.
Yeah, today Hikaru is playing black again. And so we're going to see, which first move Gukesh is going to go for. He played d4 against Vidit. He played e4 against Abasov. And any feelings? Well, what would you be going for against Hikaru, Vishy?
The thing is, Hikaru's got, and recently plays extremely solid openings against both d4 and e4. So it would depend on the details, which particular position you felt like facing. I think he might lean towards d4, but I'm not very confident of that statement either. So.
Well, we also have Nepo versus Caruana. Their last meeting was at the 2023 Sinkfield Cup in November. In the 2022 Candidates Tournament, they drew both of their games. And Nepo is white. It's also pretty hard to predict his opening move. So they have 1 win apiece with 12 draws. Yeah, very evenly matched players. What do you? I think he played d4 against Caruana at the Sinkfield Cup. I recall that game was a Nimzo with bishop d2. So it was actually very exciting, and he had chances to win. Or at least chances to chances to be better. Let's put it like that. It wasn't actually close to winning. So today, is it going to be d4, e4, or something else?
I don't know, but I think neither of them has reasons to take any more risk than strictly necessary. And neither of them would want to disturb their tournament situation. So probably something solid. In fact, he's gone for e4.
E4, okay. So we're likely to see e4, e5.
Maybe he's quite keen to face Caruana's Rosolimo. But Fabi switches. He's played e5, so he didn't want to.
He's already tried two Sicilians in this tournament so far, right? And now he's going for e5. So it's knight c6. We also have an e4 from Gukesh. Maybe we can do a bird's eye view.
Did you see that? Jan went knight c3, a quick glance with the eyes at Fabi to see if Fabi reacted.
Oh, interesting.
But Fabi didn't even look his way. He was busy writing the move, so the moment passed. Okay, so they're going for this 4 knights.
Yeah, this is where Fabi had this loss to Nakamura at the Grand Swiss in 2023. So maybe memories of that is what Nepo is trying to bring up here to Fabi. We also have a very interesting opening choice by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yes, G6 is well into the provocative moves category. I mean, it gives white extra options. He can stick to a dragon kind of setup, but he could easily play an Alapan, that is playing C3 and D4. He could take with the queen on D4, so a couple of options that
and
Gukesh
also,
would
we
work
have
through.
2 Sicilians on the board because Ali Reza is also going for his Knight Oak variation, which he tried against Vidit at the recent Tata Steel tournament. And that was a very exciting game that saw Vidit's king moving out all the way to D3 after castling queenside in the open Sicilian, and then eventually hiding himself on E1. And he wound up winning that game against Ali Reza. But Ali Reza is
switching to a rouser this time.
Oh, wow. He's going for
He's not playing
Knight C6.
Knight off.
That's great. That's my pet line, actually, Vishy. So I'm pretty happy to see it on the board for the first time in this tournament. And Prague is going, are we going to see G3 from him? Is it going to be a Catalan or is it going to be a Queen's Gambit? That is the question.
It's the Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit.
So you see, these people are all on their toes. They don't repeat lines that often. They.
And Abasov, I remember mentioning that
Wow,
yesterday.
Vidit goes for bishop c4.
Oh, wow.
Not the more popular bishop g5, yeah.
Yeah. And
I'd be very interested to see which sub-variation they want to go, because if they're going to go for the Velimirovich, that is bishop e3, defending the knight on d4, followed by queen e2, and keeping the option of castling long. I haven't seen those in ages. I mean, those were such big lines 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
When Mr.
In the
Velimirovich was
90s,
around.
yeah,
And it would be nice to see what has happened there since then.
Well, I mean, what do you think about the opening between Nepo and Caruana? Like, do you think this is Nepo's way of saying, well, let's kind of make it like a free day, you know, choosing a very quiet opening? Or do you think he's going to be coming up with some ideas here?
He'll have some small idea here and there. The thing is, he has a lot of ground to cover. He probably spent a lot of energy in the Sicilian as well. You're spreading your bets. You need something against this, something against that. And he might say, look, we don't have time for this third one. Let's just find a quick system or something like that. And even these lines run into great depth. So he might have some small move deep in some line. And who knows? Maybe there's a small edge somewhere
about the
buried
opening between Prague and Abasov. So Prague, you know, didn't go in for these forcing lines. He just played with E3 and A3. And now Black has like a big decision about pawn structure, right? Because they can go for like DC, they can go for CD, play like the, I guess, the isolated pawn, or do nothing. He just played A6. And do we expect White to take that pawn on C5 or not, Vishy?
You can. What's the alternative? If you don't want to do that, I think you don't want to lose a move with your bishop. I mean, let's say you move your bishop, he captures on c4, you capture. So exactly. So you had the only move left I was about to say was b3.
Interesting.
And he's going for that. So, okay, it's going to be a tense
well,
encounter.
that's going to be an interesting pawn structure in that game. Because actually it can evolve in many different ways. We could see White winding up with hanging pawns, or maybe Black just making a single capture on d4 and leaving their pawn on d5 for a while. So let's also do a bird's eye view of the ladies' games. Okay, we have a Catalan on the board between Salimova and Garyachkina. Not a surprise. She also tried to play that against Humpy, but Humpy played this early knight e4 move. Tan playing e3 against Anna is, you know, it's not such a surprise. I think she has been using these quieter systems in her games. We also have Lei going for a King's Indian against Humpy, which is an interesting choice. I mean, both of these women need to kind of get some points in this tournament. right?
Well,
Because they're on minus
both of
scores.
them are underperforming right now, so they would love for an open battle, I think.
And Humpy, I guess normally I see her as being like a player who does G3 in this position. Right, I think she liked to play with the G3 lines. Let's see if she goes for that, or if she surprises us and tries like E4 here, or maybe it's the Bishop G5 system. And Vaishali versus Logno.
Vaishali declines the marshal with a variant that I haven't seen in forever, D3. I guess then black has the option with bishop b7 or perhaps bishop f6. So a couple of moves.
So which position are we going to get into? How about we go to Prague versus Abasov?
Sure.
Because we can at least start discussing their pawn structure, which has evolved a little bit as Abasov makes the decision to take this pawn. And here we go. So now, do they go? I was going to say, Vishy, is there a move like bishop e7 is clearly normal, but was there an option to go g6? Is that possible at all?
I'm not sure why it would be. Can I go c5, bishop g7, b4 or something? Are you going to play b6?
c5, yeah.
Of course, black can play knight e4. And then I go bishop b2. And if you go bishop g7, I play b4. Or perhaps bishop e2, I don't know. And nope, he doesn't like b4. Did we blunder something?
Is there a5,
knight g5,
b5?
Maybe knight g5 is awkward.
Okay, I had this funny idea of a5. I just...
Okay, b5, and you
No,
want to take
a5,
on d4.
b5. Yeah, I wanted to. But can I make that work? Because unfortunately, I had this idea of like a5, b5, knight d4, and queen f6, but then you just
Or maybe you take on f2, king f2, queen h4 check.
Okay. Well, we can examine this.
The eval bar does not like it. Knight into f2, king f2,
Two pieces.
queen h4, king e3, but I did not see any follow.
We gave up two pieces, and even though the white king is out, it's not quite enough, yeah?
Second pieces is always fun, but the aftermath may not be what you wish it is.
So at some point, black probably just needs to look for e5, right? So maybe just...
Anyway, he's gone to bishop e7.
Yeah. So he went for bishop e7.
And Prague has played c5, I think.
Prague has played c5. Interesting. And immediate answer by Abasov. It's interesting. Is this like really so well known that people just immediately know how to respond, Vishy? Because, I mean, this whole line, like, I mean, I guess maybe the preparation is that deep. It's just like, so e3, I mean, there's so many ways to play.
So there are two plans after b6. Hang on. If after b6, there might be two plans. One is cb6, queen b6. And then I might play something like bishop f4 to take some dark squares, and then try to play knight a4. Okay, the computer doesn't seem to like this particular version of it.
Maybe just a different move here than bishop f4. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so that, and then maybe later I get in some bishop f4.
And also you have this idea.
Knight a4, knight c5, yes. The other thing is to play b4 and hold on to the pawn on c5.
I guess so. What I'm surprised about is just like how quickly he played this move, because playing it so fast means this must be your preparation. Because if it's not, like, I mean, you would also be thinking, why not castles, right?
Yes.
So, is this the kind of position that is like really analyzed? I don't know, so deeply already that people
been around long enough, and the difference nowadays things don't have to be played very much. The computer can generate a huge line instantly, and so even obscure lines, the analysis reaches a very high precision or accuracy.
Because this is another interesting move I would have thought about, right? Like, I mean, if I'd never seen this position before, I would never play b6 in like 5 seconds, right? Because there's just a lot of other things to think about. And so even though this is a reasonable move, it's kind of a clear sign that it's your preparation when it's being done so fast.
Sure.
And actually, he has put Prague into
Okay, but
mode.
wait, if I go b4 here, and you take it, now if I take on c5 with the d pawn, you might just be able to play e5. I don't know, maybe that's the kind of point.
No, Prague is getting ready to make a move.
But
and
he
has
took on
taken.
b6 instead. Yeah.
Yes. And I think we probably like that decision more.
Yes. Queen b6 and then maybe just b4.
So can you explain to the viewers why this move is so critical for white to play?
Because I'm fighting for putting in something piece on the c5 square. And if I leave this too long and black plays a5, then I never get, well, it's a different thing. Then I get the b5 square, and that's a different dynamic. But I think here white is fighting for the c5 square. And so this is just useful to have.
So you feel like if white would develop with like bishop d3, then as black, you'd be kind of looking at some ideas like a5.
For instance.
Yeah. There you go. So we're playing b4 here because we would like to preempt that move a5.
Okay, well, let's see what he actually does.
Yeah.
Maybe he will play bishop d3. So.
But b4 makes a lot of sense because now, like if black ever goes a5, we always have.
I can even throw in knight a4 first and then this.
We have a good answer to that. So basically, you're kind of making your pawn majority look nicer, building a short pawn chain, getting better control of that square, and also, yeah, making sure like this pawn just doesn't stay here as a weakness.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. And it's interesting that, okay, he's going to take the pawn. Yeah, he thought about that a little bit. And now we shall see if Prague, how quickly he makes this decision to push the b pawn if he decides to do that.
Okay, just let's scan the other games. What did Vidit do against Alireza?
All right, let's go to Vidit versus Alireza. So we had
bishop f. Wow, just queen d8.
Yeah, we have the classical Sicilian with bishop c4, queen b6, knight to b3, e6, bishop f4, and queen d8. And this feels like a different approach from the one that I remember in like the 1990s.
Yes, we used to play knight e5.
Right. Yeah.
And he just went queen d8.
Okay, so I haven't really seen this queen retreat. Interesting. I mean, I guess the problem, Vishy, is like with defending the pawn like that, is that what? Like eventually you run into like f4 or?
Yes, I step back with the bishop onto e3 and then play f4 at some point.
That's the point. Okay, so that's why we're seeing Firouzja try a different approach with queen d8. Queen d8. And, well, is white going to be castling actually long or short in this position, Vishy? I guess I'm tempted to say short.
I'd like to go long, but if a6, b5 is going to kick my bishop to d3, I don't know if it's worth very much.
And also this knight is like not in the best
yeah,
position.
my bishop wants to go to that square, and the knight is sort of interfering. But on the hand, if I castle bishop e7, do you have anything? The same knight is misplaced on b3 anyway.
Vidit is thinking. How's he doing on time? So he's clearly not in his opening prep. Surprised by this classical Sicilian.
Okay, what's happening in Gukesh?
Okay.
Let's just see. Okay.
So Gukesh responded with the move c3 to the accelerated dragon, and d5, e5, bishop g4, bishop b5, knight c6, and Gukesh just took and castled. So it's interesting that he decided to like take this knight so quickly, right? But I guess he doesn't want to give black time to maybe protect it with rook c8 at some point. And
I think c4 happened.
Wow,
really fast,
c4. So Hikaru is bringing some interesting preparation to this tournament.
So the question is, do I go b3 here? I mean, would kind of suggest itself, right?
And so your point is what do you want to do with this move? You want to
keep undermining it and maybe attack it to the knight on a3 and so on.
Yeah. Okay, so at some point, black has to face some difficult decisions about how to get these pieces out. I definitely am not really tempted to take as my first option. I kind of feel like that move is a concession.
Yes, because the white rook has already got an open file ready made. But more importantly, I could play bishop a3 and d4, and potentially one of my knights could get to the c5 square and things like that.
So we don't want to trade. So we need, like, I'm not that worried about you taking yet because I get the d5 square from my queen. So I need to make some kind of move here. Well, how about bishop g7, attacking a pawn?
Okay, let me go rook e1.
Now the next question is to this piece. Well, can we try knight h6?
Sure.
You're going to go h3 at some point, aren't you?
I mean, now is as good a time as any.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely feeling a little uncomfortable. Now you're actually threatening to take.
Yes, and knight a3 now probably win the pawn.
So I need to find a more creative solution for these pieces, actually, because apparently black is not at a huge disadvantage here, but should we be going for f6 ideas? Something fast.
Okay, try f6 here. The question is, should I play h3 here?
Yeah.
But then you take fe5, bc4, and you
And
develop
knight
your knight
f6.
with f6, yes.
And black reaches a somewhat reasonable looking position. You always have this e4 move. So this is what we might be seeing from Hikaru if the move b3 happens. Something where he strikes at white center right away.
Alternately, if I don't play b3, I could go rook e1 with the point that if you play f6, I can go e6. So this is reversing the thing. Then I can go e6. No, that halves the advantage apparently. So what was the move? Was it h3? Maybe it was d4 just to develop.
Yeah, d4 feels
d4
right.
is now feels okay. So now we can give up on the b3 idea.
So just you want to start with a more flexible rook e1.
Because if bishop g7, I can still go b3. But if you play f6, then I'm ready with
d4.
Sure.
Okay, so but still, objectively, black's position here is not so bad. So we need to figure out why. I mean, how terrible is this move? Is it just crazy to, like, I mean, I'm basically saying I'm willing to give up my bishop at some point.
But if you play e6, let me play queen a4.
Yeah.
But you would go queen d7, and my knight also doesn't have a square.
Then I'm threatening to take, yeah?
Yes. Actually, what I was hoping for was bishop takes f3, queen takes c6 check, king e7, and b3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, threatening the bishop to come there.
But something else is wrong with this move. Is it just something as simple as
Could be d4.
d4 or b3 again? So this move is possible. What about this b3 again? Yeah, maybe that's also problematic.
Sure.
So, okay, how do we navigate this to something playable, Vishy? for black. So we know that this is not quite doing it. We know f6 is not quite doing it. And knight h6, knight h6.
But then I play h3 and it's very similar to the other line.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is not the move that is okay. I was going to say it's not the move, but I guess it is one of the decent moves.
Yes.
Let's see the difference though. So you go h3, and now the question is, do I take it or not, or do I try to go for this type of stuff? I mean,
well, let me play b3 instead of h3.
But it's not this, so it must be this. Or, I mean, maybe we should be keeping this bishop. Is there like a point in taking it all the way to d7? Like that? Or even, I was going to say...
I would assume it's the worst of all possible worlds because you've allowed me h3 and gone back. But it's not bishop f3, which is also weird.
Right, so could it be bishop c8? No. So why is this advantage like not so big for white then?
Maybe it's bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, knight f5.
Yeah.
And not e6, but knight f5. So that I can play knight g7, knight e6.
Knight g7, knight
Though
e6.
I'm forced to say that black's basically taking so much time that it must be wrong, but
yeah, it's interesting that like the computer doesn't hate this position for black at all. And I guess because white also has to figure out how to get out with his development.
Well, b3.
b3, yeah. At this point, do I need to be taking? Maybe I do need to take. Don't really want to. Maybe I have to. Okay, and we make the trade.
And now what? Knight g7?
And now it's
h5.
Time for me to develop somehow. h5 is interesting. Yeah, you want to like bring that pawn into h4 maybe even?
Yes, or I can play e6 because I don't need h5 strictly yet. I can do it next move.
Like that. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. I mean, I do like what Hikaru is trying to create here, which is another completely unbalanced position against Gukesh. So, you know, maybe yesterday's win has given him some extra confidence, and he is here to unbalance things again with the black pieces, you know, because yesterday he won with black. So I think this game is going to be a good one to watch. Let's take a quick look at what looks to me like all the pieces coming off the board in the game between Jan and Fabi. Do you have an insight into this position, Vishy?
I think we're going to have fewer games to comment on, luckily.
You know what's funny? Grisha says, you know, when he sees these fast draws, he says, it makes my job easier as a commentator. Absolutely. So he loves it. But the funny thing is, I don't feel that way at all. Like, I want all these games to keep going in the most interesting way. So, but yeah, it does look like his choice of opening the 4 knights was, I don't know, maybe intended to lead into something.
As the famous saying goes, it was a sheep in sheep's clothing.
Yes, right. It was what it seemed to be.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so this is not the game that is going to bring us fireworks today. Let's see. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on in Vidit. Oh, that's such a good joke. Our producers are telling us. You know, it's like the sheep in sheep's clothing. It's like, well, guys, we have a special surprise to you. It has to do with a wolf. Okay, so Vishy had a chance to make a joke about the wolf in sheep's clothing, but that wolf is sitting to his left. So, you know, we'll get to that later.
No, come on.
You want to do it now?
You can't build up like that and just move away.
Okay, all right, guys. So I'm wearing kind of a special jacket today. I don't know if you can tell, but it's a little bit more colorful than my usual attire. I bought it when I was in Australia. And actually, the main reason that I bought it was the picture that is on the back of this jacket. So we have it here for you. Let's see. Oh, look at that beautiful, beautiful wolf. Yeah, a gorgeous animal. So that's on my jacket today. And let's get back to the games now. All right. So we have queen d8 by Firouzja. He retreated his queen to defend this pawn. And queen d2 by Vidit. So he's trying to castle queenside, like you said.
Yes,
And
yes. Actually, I had a good idea. He could go bishop e2 here. That way, when you play b5, I'm not committed to castle long. I can play f3. And I can castle long on the next move. Or I might even go a4. So I might be able to keep some small edge.
interesting. So like if I just play bishop e7,
Long castles.
long castle. So that
And
is
then you
your
would go knight
intention.
e5 maybe. And well, we have a Sicilian. Or maybe I should have gone a4. I don't know. But b4 and knight d5 is coming. And if you play, instead of long castle, if I go a4, then you'll go b4 and d5. So that doesn't work.
Oh yeah, because your knight has nowhere good to go. Yeah, it has to kind of go backwards, and then we can even break in the center.
Which leads to the obvious question, why couldn't you play instead of bishop e7? Could you go f3, b4,
b4, but then
knight
then you
a4, and d5?
maybe
Maybe I
this
just go
move.
knight b6, bishop e3 or something.
yeah. So, well, what do we think about how this game is developing? I mean, first of all, obviously we have an open Sicilian on the board where Firouzja comes with some kind of surprise in the opening. Clearly, this game has very good potential to be one of the exciting ones for today. So, it's going to have everything, right? It might have the opposite sides castling, the typical sort of pawn storms for both sides. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one's going to develop.
So once again, black has chucked two moves with this queen, but white's pieces are kind of not where they want to be either.
Would you say it's these two that are not where they want to be?
Yes, if that knight's on b3 is fine, but the bishop on c4 is clearly misplaced. I think it should come back, whether it's to e2 or somewhere else, I don't know. Though where else could it go? Maybe the thing is just to go bishop e2,
Oh,
b5 and long castle. I mean, this great point I had with f3 might not be relevant.
so you want to maybe just, you want to come back with the bishop or
Yeah, e2 I thought.
e2.
b5
And then the
we'll
problem
castle
is
long.
this pawn is
Yeah,
hanging.
but I castle long, you go b4, I go knight a4. I think maybe I have good composition there. That was a massive mistake, apparently.
Taking the pawn.
Yeah, so you shouldn't take on e4. Maybe you should have played e5. But then you're not threatening to take on e4 because so we go back 1 second and you play e5, then bishop e3 is very good because if you take on e4, I just go queen d5, winning a piece. But I think the computer wants to say after bishop e3 that rook b8 is very good because my knight on a4 is kind of trapped there. Yes.
Wow.
So I don't know how to get around this.
Wow, so this knight has a real long-term problem. So you have the hanging pawn at some point.
So I went e5, I went bishop e3.
Do you think this is our plan, Vishy, to go like bishop d7 and then just, I don't know, move the knight somewhere? Or how do
For
you
instance, but also I could play bishop e7 and castle because what's that knight doing? Another problem is that this knight could rescue itself if it could go to d2, the knight on b3.
Yeah.
And it would allow the other knight to be defended by b3. But here the queen's in the way.
Yeah.
And so on. But I still feel white has some options there. But anyway.
Do you think we should be playing a3 maybe at some point, or is this just too slow?
Okay, try it. It seems to hold up. So, but I go bishop e7, and what do you do? Oh, you castle
Maybe
long
I castle
now.
long now, yeah. Despite having that pawn on a3.
And if knight e5, you can play bishop takes e5 and queen g5. No, that's not what it wants apparently.
Should we be just going king b1, bishop e3, f4? this kind of stuff, like maybe king b1.
Queen c7, that's just a...
But basically, what can we say? This game is just beginning sort of to develop the, we're starting to see the outlines of the battle.
Yes, and it's very similar to some rousers, very similar to an English attack, except there are some details which are, and that makes it exciting because it'll be very interesting to spot the differences.
And it's also interesting that Firouzja is already putting Vidit under pressure. Vidit's been surprised in this tournament quite a lot. I mean, okay, against Naka, he was the one who sprung the surprise. But I feel like in some other games, I mean, people have certainly been trying to surprise him. Like he was behind on the clock against Caruana yesterday. And what was the other game? And against Prague.
He was playing very well yesterday.
Yeah. Against Prague, he was also surprised. And so this is like, in a way, like a third game in a row where he is facing this kind of something unexpected in the opening and is giving up quite a lot of time on the clock.
On the other hand, instead of going to c7, Black has actually volunteered queen d8. So it's hard to be impressed by this. Because you're just conceding thing. What did he play? A3?
He played a3. Okay. So that move is probably quite fine, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we had just realized.
It's one of Vidit's favorite moves in the Sicilian. He'll often throw in a3.
So b5 is probably going to happen, and it's just going to be very similar to what we looked at. He just chose to go a3 instead of bishop e2 first.
Yeah.
Firouzja has quite a colorful shirt on. Actually, I feel like we're dressed in a very similar way.
Yes, I was about to point, once you mentioned it, I was about to say, well,
yeah, no,
we've got company.
Yeah, we coordinated this, of course,
What design do you think he has on?
This looks, I don't know. But it's a very nice gold color.
Okay, let's, Hikaru Gukesh, let's see if there's some movement.
Actually, also matches his glasses. Did you notice that, Vishim? Gold glasses, gold rimmed. Yeah, but let's see in Gukesh versus Hikaru. We got some movements there. And after c4, okay, Gukesh made a big decision to go d3. So we were mostly focusing on b3 and rook e1. He went d3. Pawn takes, queen takes. Bishop takes immediately, okay, without even being provoked. Bishop g7. Queen e2, which was a possible way to defend the pawn. And the engine is giving this as balanced. So let's try to figure out why it's balanced. Is Black going to be playing
maybe e6?
e6, knight e7?
The thing is, if e6, I go knight d2, and I'm threatening knight b3 and clamping on c5. That should be nice for me.
So if e6, knight d2, you want to go to b3 in here. Maybe.
Because Black's knight would love to be on d7.
Let me throw in this move. Let me throw in this move, is she?
Okay, rook e1. I don't know, f4, maybe f4.
And then I go knight e7.
Knight b3.
And do you have like your bishop e3 ready already on c5? Or
Could I have check?
Oh, you have a check winning the pawn. Yeah, I see.
Well, you get the c5 pawn maybe, but I give a check. Where do you go? You can't go to f8 because I take the knight. I take the pawn with the knight.
Yeah, I kind of missed this check. I was planning to stop you with c5. Okay, but hold on. I have supposedly this idea is maybe not too dangerous. Do we go a5, a4? It's kind of interesting. What else do we have here? I mean, a5 is an interesting move. I was wondering if you wanted to play like a4 at some point or not.
No, I think I just want to go knight c5. But this already the computer
maybe
likes for black
a4.
even. So the valuation is dropping here.
Maybe it's because like my queen and bishop are sort of keeping a little tied down to that pawn.
Yeah, maybe that's why I should have played f4. I don't know. The rook e1.
So e6, Knight d2, queen c7, maybe f4, you're saying.
And then to play knight b3 somehow. Okay, knight e7, let me try b4. Doesn't like it at all.
Maybe just c5 here?
Knight b3, c4.
Mm-hmm.
No, here I can check and take with the queen, and I can easily protect that pawn.
I can't really. I don't have a good block, yeah?
So you go with a5.
Okay.
I was hoping for knight b3, but now I realize that you have queen b6, so check at the end.
So I would take, and give a check. So, okay. E6 is one of the reasonable moves for Hikaru. What else could he be thinking about?
I feel d3 was very conservative. He had some other nice options, but he seems to have gone for a very...
Do you think any point to like ideas of maybe knight h6 castles, f6, anything like that?
I'm not able to figure out where the knight should go.
All right, let's try this.
And e6 seems like an awful... e5, e7 seems like an awful square for the knight, but so far the computers loved it.
Yeah.
But this must be even worse. Maybe even g4 works.
Wow. Interesting. You're trying to make it hard for me to play f6.
f6, I'll go e6, but you might castle and play f5 in one go.
Well, in this position on f6, you would take it, right?
Obviously, that's why I said
Oh,
castles.
yeah. Yeah. You said castles here. And then you said after f6, then you'd play e6. I see. Right.
But g4 wouldn't come it easily.
So what's a more normal move for white than g4?
I'm not able to come up with anything besides knight d2.
Knight d2, yeah. Let's develop. Okay, I castle, and I want to try to play my f6 plan. I just want to see like what the antidote to that is.
Okay, knight b3.
And this square is going to be quite weak, yeah? If I play f6. I keep thinking like I'm always supposed to meet like knight b3 with this type of move. Well, we also have some pretty interesting developments on other boards.
Yes.
Should we go into them? So let's make a summary before we move on. Summarize where we are in the opening here between Gukesh and Naka.
I have no idea.
That's a good one. That's the, well, like basically, but you're feeling that his move d3 was a little soft.
Yes.
That, I mean, because Hikaru played the opening in a pretty provocative way, right? Like he's already choosing the accelerated dragon, and this whole line is not supposed to be so easy for black.
I mean, who knows? But maybe all this has even been played before.
Yeah, but d3 was your intuitive feeling that this was not the move that was giving black the most problems.
Yeah.
And so we think that black is kind of doing okay here, but there's some big questions to be answered, right? Like, where is this knight going to be developed? Right. And by the way, I guess this was the other question, is like, does this move exist at all, or is it just ridiculous?
I don't like it. I mean, if I play e6 also, I think it's quite nice.
Like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe even, I don't know, do you want to maybe develop as well and see if you can, like, we can just hold that pawn?
Sure.
Right. So we'll see. Hikaru has a big crossroads here in terms of how he chooses to develop, but for now, the engine does like his opening experiments. So in terms of other interesting games, yes, we have Prague versus Abasov. Let's go back to that for a second. And Prague did play the move b4 that we were expecting him to find. Abasov still has not used up much time at all. Knight e4, knight a4, very logical answer. And bishop e2. and castles. And apparently bishop e2, something about that the engine didn't like. It lost half a pawn of advantage. Wow.
So maybe
Bishop
D3
d3 was that much better? Wow, the computer really likes developing the bishop more actively. Okay, but Prague went with bishop e2 and Nijat castle.
Okay, I castle as well.
Yeah, so white's going to castle. And how is this game going to develop? I guess one of the questions for black is what happens to this bishop? Are we trying Vichy to go, you know, for like this type of plan?
I think there are too many weaknesses at the end of it. It'll look like Fischer Petrosian, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I would maybe try bishop d7 and try to get in a5 somehow.
Mm-hmm. So what happens on knight c5? Is it just, yeah, knight c5, there's also knight c3 ideas. Maybe I should just figure out a way to develop this bishop.
Bishop e3.
There we go. Oh.
a5, b5, knight a7. Let's see if that works. Yes, that is. So the bishop d7 was useful.
This pawn is actually just in big trouble, yeah? Wow. And I guess like rook b1, there's always like...
Even I could take on b5
b5,
because the other knight is ready to go to d6 and defend the knight on b5 and so on.
So bishop d7, you have this sneaky threat of a5 already.
So what should white do? Maybe white should preemptively play rook b1. But you can see why bishop d3 was more attractive, because then you get a queen, move queen e2 as well.
Right, rook b1. And even that doesn't seem to really bother the engine bar too much. There's a funny move like...
Knight a5.
I don't know. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Like I'm trying to take and go here. But I guess you take or you don't take.
No, that's not it. Knight c5 maybe?
Wow. Yeah, and if like knight c3, then I guess you have like rook b4.
Yes.
So knight d1, rook b8. We're going to get some...
Well, I'm even going to take on d7 maybe. Okay, rook fb8.
Yeah.
Knight takes d7 maybe.
Rook b7.
No, it wasn't knight d7. Maybe rook takes d1.
Rook takes d1.
Bishop b5. Why is this still better for white?
So black has a rook and a pawn for the two pieces here for the two knights. And the engine is giving this as a little advantage for white. Like obviously a really long and complicated line. But let's go back for a second, right? Let's go to your idea of bishop d7. Rook b1, and there could be other ideas. Like, yeah, you were saying also there's knight a5, trying to get to this square.
Okay, he has castled.
Yeah.
So we'll see if bishop d7 comes up.
So there's this idea and any other ideas that black has. Knight a7. Is it worth it to try to get to this square? I don't know. What could be making this like, you know, pleasant for black? How are you defending? I'm just curious, like the c3 square.
But I was thinking just in terms of checking an exchange, but maybe it's not that good.
How would you do that?
Knight c5.
Ah.
And bishop c5, dc5, knight c3, queen c2. Now I'm not even sure which exchange you take. Maybe you take on e2 and bishop b5.
Oh yeah, it's quite nice. Let's go
But then
for
I
this
still have
exchange.
queen c2, bishop b1, knight g5.
Oh, you want to go throw that move in?
But g6, and now the problem is if king f1, you have queen takes h2, so I don't have this intermezzo.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. Basically, what we're saying is that bishop d7 here by Abasov appears to be quite a decent move, and we're not really sure yet what white is going to be doing on it.
Right.
So we've been looking at rook b1. What else have we examined? So your idea, bishop d7, is at some point to just undermine with a5. And then even if I move forward, that pawn becomes a weakness. So
Maybe I just
some
bite the
kind of
bullet and
queen.
play knight c5.
How about queen
knight
b?
c5 maybe.
Knight c5. Interesting.
Let's just quickly see what's Jan doing in Fabiano.
Okay.
I'm wondering why Fabiano is thinking at all.
Well,
apparently
Jan played rook e4.
This is a microscopic edge.
I guess he is trying to go for rook a4. But I think we can let Fabiano ponder over this position. We also have some action in the women's side, so let's get to that because we haven't seen any of the women's games yet. Wow, like between Vaishali and Logno, it's kind of blown up. It was kind of quiet looking back here. And just a few moves later, the center starts to open up and bc3 by black, which is apparently not the computer's favorite move. Why do you think that this capture is?
It seemed to think that black was even better before it,
Right.
but is now slightly worse after it.
Yeah.
So bc3 was a significant mistake according to the computer.
I mean, do you think we're just taking on e5 here?
But then I would take on b2 and go knight f4. Isn't that just the dream thing?
Like you would take here, I would have to take, and
go
then you
knight
would
f4,
move, and
the other one's coming to b4, and I think I'm almost guaranteed a knight on d3.
Okay, so that's not it. So what else can we do? Knight takes c3? Maybe we should be developing a piece? Or do you think it's some kind of bishop d5?
But then I play cb2.
Yeah, you throw that move in, right? Yeah, because I was trying to see if I could like develop my knight with tempo, but the problem is you can even take here.
Even c2.
Yeah, you can throw this one in. And then when I take, oh, knight b4?
No, queen d5. And knight d4 is coming. So queen d5.
Queen d5. And you're threatening that. So basically you're saying like if I, even when I attack you, you're going for this. Yeah. Using the battery on the g2 pawn. So what do we do here?
So maybe knight takes c3.
Just take with the knight. And let's say you take. And basically we evaluate this a bit in white's favor. Why? Pawn on d4 is quite strong. This knight is a little restricted. Closes up the bishop on b7.
King h8 was not helpful.
Right, because now you're not going to be playing for f5 anymore. I mean, I can see how white's piece play is a bit easier here. By the way, it looks like we're threatening d5.
Sure.
Amongst many things. So you're probably going to have to take.
Take with the pawn.
And I think Vaishali
took with the pawn.
She took with the pawn on c3. Wow.
That is a pity.
You don't agree with that one, does she? It's just a little strange that she didn't want to develop this knight on b1, yeah?
I mean, there's no way the knight on d5 is worse than the knight on b1, so it'd been a good trade to have.
Yeah, I mean, so this was really the natural move. I don't know. It's like it would have been the same position, except she doesn't have that.
That's a double knight, yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see what her point could be in like leaving this knight behind. It's actually hard to understand, right? Yeah, you just exactly take on d4. It's my first thought. And this knight is clearly better than that knight. So that was a weird one.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. But here we go. An interesting game between Humpy and Lei. Because I was wondering, was Humpy going to go for these g3 lines in the King's Indian or the more principled e4? She went for e4. And we have a classical King's Indian, actually, d5, knight e7, and the move king h1. Okay. You know, I don't know much about this move. What's the idea? Are we trying to move the knight and play g4, Vishy? Or how would you explain this move?
Could be one of the lines. But also in the way the game happened. King h8, knight e1, knight d7, knight d3, f5. Your king is just one step away from a check on a dark square. So it might be just a sensible thing. f4.
Right. Well, I would say it's a bit unusual, right, for these King's Indian lines, because, you know, white is normally, I guess, putting this pawn here. You don't see them going for f4 very often in these positions. And the engine is saying this is balanced. So now let's figure out how black should play here.
The engine did not like f4, by the way. So.
Wasn't in love with f4. Yeah, I mean, because overall, it has the potential of opening up a lot of black's pieces. And I guess when I saw, I'm kind of curious, like g4, would that have made some sense combined with king h1? You know? Because that's what it makes me think of when I see the move
let
king
me play
h1.
f5.
Yeah.
You're going f3?
I guess I have to, right? Or I can take and play like rook g1, which is kind of interesting too.
But I have knight f6 and knight g6 and what have you, right?
By the way, Lei just took on f4. Should we go back and see what she's doing? All right. So after f4, she took an f4. Right, so the downside of f4 is that it opened up this bishop. And now Humpy is probably planning, well, the problem is if she takes with the knight,
What is it, knight c5 or e5?
Let's go to c5.
Yeah.
And black's pieces are coming out quite nicely too, right? Controlling e6 here. And if Humpy takes with the bishop, well, that doesn't really get her any closer to this square. And black...
Well, you can take on c3 maybe?
Even you're trying to win a pawn, yeah? Maybe even just winning a pawn straight up could be possible.
I'm not thrilled. I mean, knight e1 and then I'm threatening queen d4 check. Maybe just knight c5 and you keep playing.
That's a nice
knight c5, I have queen d4 check and bishop h6.
Oh,
no,
bishop
I don't.
h6.
No, I don't, because rook f1 would be a check.
And here we go. So wait, knight c5. You're saying queen d4, king g8.
g4 maybe.
All right, you can't go there yet because we can just take and then there's knight f5. So how is this better for white? Yeah, I mean g4 could be it, right?
I mean knight f5 is a big threat, right?
Yeah.
So let's try g4.
That's kind of a beautiful move.
Yes.
But what's also beautiful is that the engine considers white to be better here, despite the fact that white's down a pawn. So it sees this, like, I guess, nice maneuvering, the darkness of the weakness of the dark squares, and actually evaluates this in white's favor. So maybe we made a little bit of a mistake with the move knight to c5. We need to come up with something against this queen d4 idea.
Knight f5.
Knight f5, right? Knight f5, and if g4.
g5.
Okay, Humpy's taking with the bishop. So we actually are heading in this direction.
Yes, if she plays bishop c3 now, we are exactly where we...
So this is certainly a very testing way for black to play to try to win a pawn. What could be some other alternatives for black if she doesn't want to go with that one?
h6. I don't like it, but...
You don't like h6? It's kind of an interesting move, right? You kind of try to cover g5, maybe even play g5 way yourself. h6, the engine doesn't love it, but it doesn't hate it too much either. And what does white do here?
c5? No. It's too much. The position explodes.
I mean, if you go like quietly, right?
g5.
Then we're already, you know,
getting pushed back.
Yeah, we're implementing some plans here. So white kind of needs to play accurately. I mean, that's why I think this move is definitely a candidate. What other candidates do we have? I mean, taking on e4 is not particularly helpful, yeah? Because white just captures back.
Yeah.
It's probably we're sending them closer to that square. Probably that is not it. Knight f5, maybe knight g5. I just wasn't completely sure how bad this was for black, like something like this. I'm trying this shit. All right, let's go back. So bishop f4. So you're thinking that she might wind up taking on c3, but this is a very it's a difficult decision, right, to make, to give up that bishop, especially once that bishop is already actually opened up in the King's Indian. It's not like you're that eager to part with it.
Actually, do one thing. Bishop takes c3.
Yeah.
He takes c3.
Yeah.
fe4. What about knight b4? I mean, why do I go knight e1? I'm going to play knight c2 anyway, so I might as well go to b4 and play the same move.
Interesting.
Now,
sure.
I think you have to fight for the dark squares, because when I play queen d4 check, I'm winning. But let's say you go knight f5. I go g4. You go g5. And you've solved some dark square issues. I don't know, bishop c1.
And then knight h4, I guess.
But knight h4, I take, you take with a knight. And then I go queen d4 check takes e4.
Queen
and it doesn't
d4.
matter. The computer seems to like this anyway. Just bishop d7 or queen f6 or something.
I guess he sees a lack of a harmony, for white, with the knight still on the queen side. It's not doing anything yet. Like, it's going to take him a couple of moves to get here.
Yeah.
And what, black is faster? So do we start with knight g6 or bishop d7?
Let's try bishop d7.
And basically, Vishy, you're saying queen
Maybe
f6.
black is threatening queen e8 or queen f6.
Queen e8 and rook e8, maybe like that. And somehow, you know what it is? It's like that this knight is a lot better than that knight.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's where probably the difference in the evaluation is coming from. So that's actually a fascinating line. So Lei has this very principled move at her disposal. Bishop takes c3. Give up the dark square bishop.
B takes. What about bishop h6 here instead of...
And she goes for h6. Your other idea. You know, very like logical move, I would say. And even though the computer is not in love with it, but it's very understandable.
But white has jumped more than half a pawn. So
yeah, but maybe it only rests on some very difficult move to find for white.
Probably. Let's figure it out. But it did. Maybe it simply liked bishop c3. I'd be curious to see.
It liked bishop c3, yeah.
Because we had it on for a while, right?
Okay, so right now we already know that queen d2 is not that strong for white. We know that this is definitely an idea. So what does white do to even show any advantage? Because already white's advantage is not huge. It's giving like 0.2 now. It went down.
Yeah. Some bishop d2.
Just move the bishop back preemptively. It's a hard move to play, but I see your point, yeah. You're basically saying, like, you also want to discourage that capture.
More than that, I didn't want to. I wanted to be able to react when he played g5 instead of being pushed around.
Yeah, this makes sense.
And I'm obviously threatening knight f4.
Well, we have knight e5, but that would wind up hanging my pawn, probably.
Instead of bishop d2, I can also try ef5. Knight f5, bishop g4, but it doesn't like this because it just got knight f6 probably.
Yeah, black's pieces are getting nice squares here. Okay, let's try bishop d2, and I just want to figure out what I can do. Okay, g5 is still an option, maybe. I also feel like this knight is a natural candidate.
What, knight f6?
For some kinds of improvements. But the thing with knight f6 is that I have to watch out for this, right?
Well, let's try it.
And then there's all these tactics that start.
Yeah.
So knight f6, yeah.
And then e5.
e5.
Yes.
And then it kind of works for white, but let's just make sure why, because I guess like knight g6 or something.
Yes.
And it still is better for white. White's king is safer, yeah. Black's pawn structure is now just kind of damaged. And maybe we capture back with what? I mean, probably with the pawn.
Or the knight.
Or the knights, yeah.
Because,
I wasn't sure if we should be giving.
If c6, maybe knight f4
And basically, okay, white here is clearly better because these pawns are weak, the king is weaker. So black should not enter this line. So knight f6 is too dangerous to run into e5. But
what about g5 here? What did we conclude for black?
We didn't look at g5 yet.
It's not that much according to
Yeah, it's not. And by the way, you kind of want to go f4, right? Or not?
Not sure. Maybe g3 is good for white.
So you're saying with g5, like, what's your next move then?
a6, queen e8. I mean, I want to keep this tension for a while. Queen e8 runs into bishop h5, so maybe a6.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's kind of a fascinating position they've reached.
Yes. I mean, they've played knight e1, d3, f4, but they've just thrown in king h1 and king h8.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting in itself. Shall we just quickly see what the other games are happening?
All right,
what the other games are doing?
Tan versus Muzychuk. Tan already seems to have a big advantage after the very quiet move e3 that she chose in the opening. So she goes for this. At some point, I kind of liked this for white as well. Yeah, these structures were always kind of interesting.
Oh, but this is lovely. She's going to go g6 and then b4. That is beautiful.
So you're saying that taking this knight was a big mistake by Anna?
Probably, because after b4, that bishop is rammed in there on e7. So
I mean, is knight e4 the move that she should have gone? Maybe. If she already goes for the trade. Because knight d7, the engine really doesn't like this
then I go
position.
B4 and so on. And the knight on d7 doesn't have a square on c5, so it's going to go to c6, where it also doesn't have any future.
Very typical, you know.
So the pieces are just all over the place here. Castles, and now if she can play rook a b1 and then bishop d4, that pawn is protected as well. This looks great for white.
Basically, this position is about the free attack on the black king that white's going to be getting at some points, right?
For me, it's just domination. If I can put a bishop on d4 and put a pawn on c3, I don't even need an attack on the king side. I'm just going to win on the queen side.
Yeah, Tan really is looking to extend her lead in this tournament because
This also looks like a c5 caro, e5, c5 advanced caro-kann.
Wow. No, I mean, I feel like Anna was doing really quite fine, but this was a very committal decision, right? Like she didn't have to take the knight, even though, I mean, she also maybe didn't have to take here to begin with.
Sure.
Like, it wasn't like, castles was a bad idea, but she really decided to make some forcing decisions here. And then, I mean, okay, she didn't want to allow f4, but then knight d7, yeah, she winds up having to spend time on just defending this pawn, like basically creating a problem for herself out of nothing. And then, of course, she's not gonna like let the knight come to c5, so this is a very typical move.
Sure.
And
a5 looks kind of hopeless. I mean, I just go knight f3 castles. Now rook a b1 probably. Or h4 h5, but rook a b1 bishop d4 just seems to shut that down well.
Yeah, this is a really nice prophylactic move, just bolster that pawn because it killed so much of black's counterplay. Yeah, and it's very hard for black to eliminate this pawn playing moves like that, or like impossible. So the thing with this position is that it's easy to lose without counterplay, right? I mean, how do you even try to get rid of this bishop? Should we give a pawn up somewhere?
She didn't play rook a b1. Oh, no, of course she didn't. That's our analysis.
That's our analysis, yeah.
But I don't know if she can go queen f4 or h4, or there's so many other moves as well. Queen f4, you're saying, h4. Okay, she actually plays the move pretty fast. Which was? Rook a e1. Oh, so she's just going for knight d4. This might be actually much stronger than my... Because here we eliminate bishop takes b4 forever because knight to d6. And after knight d4, she's going to go f4, f5, or rook e3. Maybe just... rook e1 is so much stronger than rook e1. You think so? Yes. I was wondering why I'm wasting my time. Rook a b1, this must be very strong. All right, well, now black needs to figure out some way to get this bishop into the game. I mean, maybe ab4, d4, but knight d4 works, yeah. Yeah, I was kind of looking at that too, right? Takes, maybe throw away the pawn. Because knight e6 is still in the air. Yeah, knight d4. You have to play bishop d5. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no like tactics with knight e5 and bishop f6. None of that works. Okay, so bishop d4. No. Oh, why not knight e6? Knight e6. Oh, f e6, queen b4, queen g5, and he's hopeful of dragging this on a bit. Well, hold on. I'm hopeful too, dragging this on a bit. I mean, first of all, I'm thrilled that my bishop got the diagonal finally. Yeah. So unexpected source of counterplay for black is available. Right now, black is down a pawn, but what happens on like g3? Queen h5 or something. Then you go f4. So right now, you actually want to play f4. So it kind of still looks like white is better, right? But we have to find something here. Maybe I want to get bishop c1 in at some point, but maybe rook f3. Just kind of stop your f4 idea. I don't know. We can try. Rook f3, I go queen d6. Oh. But you go knight c5 maybe, yes. And queen takes, things slow. Looks pretty complicated. What are we supposed to do? Like, so many moves, yeah? Yeah.
Maybe bishop d5. I have no idea why I want to put the bishop there. I guess it's pretty solid.
Yeah, bishop e2.
And now I was waiting for that attack.
Go on.
Well, you know, I'm not moving the rook for anything, right? So I was waiting to be attacked so I could just not move away. So maybe queen f5.
Okay.
And then surprise you with queen h3. Okay, now I'm supposed to be losing here, but why is that?
If I go c4, that loses.
Wow. Hold on, let me find my brilliance, Vishy. My chance to finally win.
Go on. Then.
Yeah, let me find it. Black is winning. And I have to keep the bishop in order to win. So maybe he just goes back to the beautiful a8 square.
Actually, I think the point was rook b3.
Oh, really?
But then it can't be minus 3.6, right?
If I go here, yeah, that's bad. So maybe it is rook b3. Nope.
No, that's not it either.
Okay. So the win, the elusive win. Knight a4 is an attack on something. It doesn't really do that much. It's queen a6.
Maybe instead of a8, it just goes to b7, and that's the correct move.
That's the move? Yeah.
So now let's understand. Oh, bishop a8, maybe rook a1, and then I'm threatening rook takes a8. This way, there is no rook takes a1, and black's threatening queen e4, and it's winning. Okay, so not c4. Okay, c4 was terrible. Rook d1 maybe, yeah. Just rook d1 attacking your bishop.
Rook d1 and
yeah,
somewhere you can always sack. Okay. Well, my attack didn't work out with queen f5, but actually, let's see what she played. She played rook a8. So she traded, and instead of going for this interesting pawn sack with d4 that we've been examining, she plays rook a8, which is, I mean, not beloved by the engine. Do you think she wants to try to go bishop a6?
Can I go knight d4 here?
Yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like this is too slow.
Okay.
Right? When I see knight d4.
And if you, well, I don't know what
bishop takes b4 again, maybe?
Well, try it. I want to play what? Bishop takes g6? No, knight takes c6. I have to take the thing on b4. Yeah.
So white is just kind of strategically better, yeah? Black has kind of more weaknesses, although I wouldn't say that this doesn't feel like it's over. I can go bishop a6 maybe, or queen c7. How about queen c7?
I mean, even queen d6 is very nice. Okay, let's, shall we quickly see what's been happening with the men?
Sure. Well, in the open, Firouzja decided to grab a pawn on f2, which really not approved by the computer. Let's see the last couple of moves. So after a3, b5, bishop e2, bishop b7, castles queenside. So basically Vidit going for plans that we talked about.
Also, remember that bishop b7 might not have been necessary. He could have played e5 and bishop e6 in some lines. So maybe bishop b7 is not strictly necessary. Okay, he's taken on f2.
And
so
g4.
Clearly accepting the challenge. And now if g5, what is he going to do?
Queen takes f2. Wow. So this was very bold.
If g5, is he going to play knight d7 or something?
Because there's so many ways we can even close up the queen going back to the position, right? So we're going g5.
Knight d7.
Well, he's definitely risking, but Vidit seems very focused. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he believes that he just like lost a pawn for free.
Okay, let's try bishop takes d6. Oh, that's flat 0. Why?
Probably because we're going
d6 or knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 somewhere.
Well, let's try bishop d6. queen d6, and it's not knight c5 because you go knight a5. Is it knight d5? But then you go, I thought knight c5, queen c7, I guess.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous, and somehow black is surviving, so that's a bit surprising. Is there a castle at the queenside here, Vishy? I actually feel like that might be it.
But wait, castle's queenside,
There's-
rook f1, and I can't take, oh, you'll go queen e3
Queen
check.
check. How about this? And somehow then, these moves make a better impression.
Yes.
So we have to be a little careful about how we convert this win. So our first moves, we have g5, but we also have this, right? I don't know, is that useful? We kind of send your queen to h4 probably. Shall we examine this move?
Sure.
It's interesting. It seems to be like all of these moves are good for white, but we still haven't found necessarily the best one.
Yeah.
Because it's giving us more than a 3-pawn advantage here.
Even g5 seems premature, it's according to it.
Yeah, g5 was kind of similar to bishop e3 in terms of dropping the win by about a pawn. Wow, so the more it thinks, the more winning it thinks white is. I mean, at the same time, it's like these two moves are just the most obvious ones.
Yes.
There's nothing else like even comparably obvious. I mean,
What about bishop e3?
yeah.
Here.
Uh-huh.
And where do you go? Queen h4?
Okay, let's go to h4.
Now I go to df1 maybe? Well, even knight e5, I find it quite difficult. And then bishop f2 or something.
So bishop g5, I'm kind of lucky that I have like a square for my queen.
Yes. So h3. But come on, at some point, you have to find a way to collect that queen.
Or maybe I can just take stuff. So, you know what the sense that I'm getting from our lines is that it's not as easy as the engine bar is giving. Like it's actually
Isn't
quite
that,
possible
isn't
for
that
white.
just a rule?
Yeah, I know, but sometimes we do understand right away why it's winning, right?
Sure.
But here it's like, well, let's say yesterday's blunder where Firouzja took on d3 with the king, like that was easier to understand why that move is just losing.
Okay.
But then some of these, like this one, the computer is telling us it's so terrible, but we're finding ways to mess up as black, as white, you know? So let's see this 3.8 advantage, if it's really something that Vidit's going to be able to find. Do you see any candidates other than g5 and bishop e3?
I was trying e5.
e5.
Obviously, knight e5 is not possible, but then after d5, I go bishop e3 and you go queen h4.
Okay, let's look at it. So you're throwing another pawn into the attack, and that's the one. You've hit on the best move, Vishy.
But now I need to swap the finish. So d5.
d5. So by the way, Vishy was saying you can't take with a knight
Bishop takes
because
b5 check.
of the check, you win the queen. So this move is pretty much forced, and now,
Bishop e3 maybe?
yeah, maybe it's nice that we opened up the d file, right? Bishop e3, and now when they move their queen to h4, okay, and do we sack on b5 somewhere, or is that not the point at all?
Isn't bishop g5 winning? Because the queen d7 mate?
Ah, like that. You just want to take my knight and checkmate.
Yes.
That seems pretty convincing. Okay. So can my queen go somewhere else? It's kind of scary. I mean, this is the only other square for it. Let's go there.
Rook dg1.
Are you trapping the queen?
Yes.
With rook g3.
And bishop g5.
Look at that. I think we found the win.
Yes.
Okay.
So it was e5.
It's e5. Well, it's definitely something that Vidit can find. But on the other hand, he's got such other tempting moves that he can try as well. So,
Yes.
you know, without knowing that there is a win in the position, it's always a lot harder. I mean, if Ali Reza winds up losing this game, you know, with this move as, you know, the key blunder.
Look, they're both in a bad way, and one of them's tournament is going to come back to life, and the other one's going to go further in. I mean, for Vidit to go from +1 to -2, given the positions he had like yesterday,
Yeah.
it's not going to be fun. On another subject,
Yeah.
yesterday we had, I got my first game against Andrea Bocelli.
Yeah.
Apparently, he says his online rating is about 1,300, and he plays it quite seriously. He used to play when he was young, and then he gave it up for a couple of decades, and then rediscovered it. But he was well informed. He seemed to know a lot of, at least the more popular developments in chess. And I like this very much. In a game, he actually set a trap for me, and then I made my move, and then he quickly checked if the right piece had moved so that I would have fallen into his trap. And then he was slightly disappointed when I hadn't fallen into this trap, but I thought that was very nice, you know. A chess
And you
trait
have some
shared
potential
across.
evening plans for today, Vishy.
Very much. If Fabiano and Jan inspire the others to have a quick day,
Yeah.
I might be able to catch his concert.
Oh, wow. So that's what he's in Toronto for
Yes.
concerts.
He's in a concert.
Ah,
today, so-
okay. That's cool. All right, guys. Well, let's watch Mr. Bocelli's interview from yesterday, and we're going to see you after the break to see if Vidit can find the win against Firouzja.
We have a tremendous honor to have here with us at the FIDE Candidates Tournament the world's greatest tenor and a big chess fan, Andrea Bocelli. Signor Bocelli, so how did your passion for chess start?
I began to play chess when I was 12 years old, and I played until 20. Then I don't know why, but I stopped completely for 4 years. Also because I left in a small country village where it was very difficult to find somebody to play chess, you know. And then when I discovered the possibility to play online, I discovered again this beautiful game, and I began to play again. It's
And
but too late.
it's never too late. And how often do you play online?
Sorry?
How often do you play online?
Tell the truth.
Come?
Ha detto quanto giochi, quanti volte
No,
giochi
well,
tutti i giorni, quanto spesso giochi?
now in this period, very often, almost every day.
Oh wow, and today you found a great opponent for you, Viswanathan Anand. How did the game go?
It was impossible. I have a good friend of mine, Roberto Mogranzini. He's a great master, and he tries to improve my capacity a little bit, but it's difficult.
Do you have a favorite in this event? Are you rooting for any of the players?
Tieni per qualcuno in particolare?
No, no, it would be not correct. Of course, I would like to meet Fabiano Caruana because he's Italian American, and I know that his parents listen to my music. So I invite him because I had the idea to organize a tournament in my country village. Then there has been the pandemic. It was impossible, but the idea is still in my mind. So in future, and I invite him, and it would be great to have Caruana and some other great player in my country village, and you also.
Yeah, we will be waiting for that impatiently when this tournament happens. Well, finally, my final question: who is your all-time favorite chess player?
I tuoi giocatori di tutti i tempi più
Well, when I discovered the chess, there was the famous sfida, come si dice, the fight Fischer-Spassky.
Oh yeah.
Huh? And Fischer has been one of my at that time it was my favorite.
So did it change now, or still Fischer is the greatest of all time for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Then there's been the movie, the Chess Queen, no, in television. It was very nice. Yeah, I followed.
Okay, I think it's time now to go to the playing hall and for Signor Bocelli to meet his favorite Fabiano Caruana.
Okay. Cosa dice?
Thank you very much for your time.
It's my pleasure. Sorry for my English.
Your English is very good.
No. Unfortunately, I never studied English in school. I studied French. And when I learned my first word in English, I was already 35 years old. So too late, like to play chess. Too late.
Was your first word in English chess?
No, my first yes.
Perfect answer. Thank you.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
We're back, and the big news is that during the break, Vidit actually did find the best move in the position, e5 on move 14, and he has a good chance of making it a second consecutive defeat for Firouzja after this fine, Vishy.
Yes, now the advantage is huge, and with the pawn on d6, there is no conceivable counterplay. So whereas in the other lines, at least there are possibilities for blunders. I find it very hard to even imagine where something could go wrong for Vidit. Of course, these games are still complicated, but it's just it seems like this one has another happy note. I mean, for my Bocelli concert plans, that Fabi and Jan have indeed.
They drew their super exciting game.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you want to tell us how that made you think about the sheep?
Is it a Churchill quote about, I think it was about Clement Attlee, where he said, he's a sheep in sheep's clothing. And I found this very funny because, of course, you generally think of the contrast, right? A wolf in sheep's clothing and so on. And I actually did not connect it with your outfit. That wasn't the point. But anyway.
Because today I'm wearing a wolf on the back, guys, of my jacket. And well, when you said the sheep in sheep's clothing, I thought about what Hikaru said yesterday after his game against Firouzja. He said, sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield. And I hadn't heard that one before. So that's also kind of cute.
Yes.
So he was saying that yesterday, I think he was saying he was the windshield.
And the other thing I've heard about the bug is, of course, in software terms. It's a feature, not a bug.
Right.
It's supposed to go wrong like this, and not actually.
We've heard
that's a cute one.
We've heard that one a lot over the last few years.
But I've not heard the windshield one before.
It's basically when things going wrong are exactly the plan and not the accident.
Correct.
Yes. So Nepo stays at +2. He holds back Caruana at +1. Nothing really changes there. He gets a little bit closer to the next FIDE, which is going to be after tomorrow's round. And meanwhile, we have this Vidit versus Firouzja game, which has a very good chance of ending in Vidit's favor. Let's just explain again to people tuning in why this move e5 was so powerful by Vidit. So the point is that you cannot take the pawn with the knight because that opens up
Bishop takes b5 check. Yeah.
So if you take with the
pawn...
Maybe
just show the queen as well. Okay.
If you take with the pawn, your idea here was to go...
Bishop e3 back.
Bishop e3.
First I have to stop the queen running back.
Right.
Now the queen has two squares, g2 and h4. Let's finish h4 first.
Yeah.
Now I go bishop g5.
So this is really the line where the main point of the move e5 is seen, because here you're basically taking the knight and checkmating on d7 using that open file.
Right. So queen f2 and bishop takes f6 as resigns.
Right. You just win a piece and then you get that checkmate. So
the other line was queen g2.
And then you found a way to trap the queen.
Yes. I mean, maybe rook head g1 works, but why bother? Let's do something as simple.
We're going
rook
like
g3,
this. And...
queen h4, the only square left, and bishop g5, and once again the queen is back.
So that's why after I think of about 15 minutes, Firouzja decided to play knight to d7. And Vidit captured the pawn on d6. So in terms of pawns, it's 6 versus 6. He's got his pawn back, the one he lost in f2.
Look, the pawn on d6 is bad, but it's the bishop on f8 which really makes black position atrocious.
So basically, because black cannot really castle properly, castling queenside is always dangerous.
I mean, with the pawn wedged on d6.
Yeah.
So black's only way is to get g6, bishop g7, and try to run. And white must be able to do something very quick there.
Yeah, like using the f file.
Using the f file, or maybe bishop e3, knight e4, and put something on c5. And again, with that d6 pawn. This game, we have been wrong about a lot of twists and turns because the games have been very complex here.
Yeah.
But in this case, I can't see how the computer evaluation is going to be very different from the human evaluation.
Right.
It's exactly
Because
the same in
when
this
you
case.
see equal material and white having a pawn on d6, you're just like, yeah, I do understand why this is winning for white. And, you know, black's king stuck in the center. Let's talk a little bit about the psychology, really. I mean, because when I see this game, I mean, you can't help but feel that there's a psychological element to Firouzja losing a very heartbreaking game to Naka yesterday, deep in the end game, and then coming out and basically getting, you know, a lost position in 13 moves. I mean, those two events seem to be linked.
Yes, and I think it's just he's upset and he stopped thinking clearly.
Yeah.
I've also had streaks where I've lost the first game and then I lost the second. In fact, just last year in Amsterdam, it was a rapid tournament, but I lost to Swidler and then I lost to Mehmed and then I lost to Wesley. And before I could think, I didn't want I managed to draw the fourth game somehow. In a winning position, I drew and I was happy. And then the fifth one, I got a nice trick against Dubov. So, you know, free fall. But
yeah, I showed that trick to all my students.
Yeah, this is a classical free fall in the sense that it's taking place over multiple days. Whereas in a rapid, you get it over within one afternoon.
Oh, he looks very sad, by the way. If you just look at his face, he's really not.
I think what bugs them
this.
is not just the evaluation, but the hopelessness of it.
Right.
It's, there are tricky positions, right? Like where was yesterday? Was it in Gukesh's thing? Prague's, you know, there was a big evaluation, but you had to find this move bishop f5. So there was always a tension. Here,
you know, he took the pawn in about 8 minutes.
That's just very flippant. I mean, he would have to castle long or rook d8 and he's still in the game, but this is nuts.
So, I mean, just taking that pawn, and he still had a huge time edge over Vidit when it all happened. So he certainly could have afforded to think a bit more, and he must have sensed that this is a dangerous move, even if he didn't know exactly how it was being refuted.
Yes.
And Vidit spent time here from an hour 9 to 52, so almost 20 minutes.
And this is the second opening disaster for Firouzja against Vidit in this year. He forgot his prep against Vidit in Vacancy, and now he does it again. I mean, this is not a forgetting. This is just they're improvising over the board and some stuff happens, but.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, people had quite high expectations for Firouzja for this tournament, given that, you know, now he had that experience of his first candidates behind him. And, but this second time around is also looking very rough. And it seems like psychology is like a big part of it too.
Sure.
You know, because, you know, Naka, what Naka was explaining was when he was playing Firouzja, he kind of saw himself back in 2016 like that. Like, you know, when he was playing his first candidates and you get some position where you feel like you can win and you suddenly get very excited and he called it like illusions or delusions of grandeur, like of how you're already thinking about like your chances of winning the tournament the moment you sense like some chance to win one game, right? And he was feeling that from Firouzja yesterday. And obviously he was trying to make this contrast that, you know, he wanted to keep the game going, but he wasn't, you know, putting crazy pressure on himself to win it, wound up winning it anyway, while he felt his opponent was just putting a lot of pressure on himself to get that point.
Yes, you can't lose your objectivity, that seems to be. Okay, let's see how Gukesh is doing against Hikaru.
So we're done with the psychobabble for now, Vishy.
Yes, I think we have possibly exhausted that particular theme for today's thing. I mean, how many more examples can we give?
Yeah.
But anyway, sure. This is also sad to watch because it's a very, very good player, clearly shooting himself.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what is going on between Gukesh and Naka. That is a very big game for our standings, as Gukesh is currently leading, and Naka is just 1 point behind him. So actually, Naka is on 50%. Gukesh is on +2. So Naka would love a chance to catch up to him. So we have this position on the board, bishop b2. Oh, this is where Naka wound up putting his knight. We were wondering what his plans were. He played queen c7 attacking the pawn, and then e6, and then put the knight on e7, on c8. And here's our current position.
So what does it want? It wants maybe d takes c4 and knight b6.
So you're basically saying, like, if knight b6 right away, then there could be c5.
Well, let's try it. Knight b6, but then c5, and if I keep a clamp with the e5 pawn and the bishop, knight f3, bishop d4, your knight can't go to c4. If it goes to a4, it's trapped.
Yeah,
so
it might never come out of here.
Yes. And so this just might be what he cannot do. So I think he would have to play d takes c4.
What would we play on knight d7, Vishy? I'm just curious. I see
both knight b3 and knight f3 are like.
Yeah. Well, a5.
Knight b3, you might even sack the exchange with a5. But knight f3, a3, bishop c3, and then eventually.
But you're not afraid of knight f3 and a5?
a3.
You're not afraid of that pawn becoming weak?
No, I don't see how your pieces will ever attack it.
Okay.
I mean, then knight on d7 is never going to attack it. So. But apparently there was something stronger. Let's have a look.
Let's go left.
Oh, so a5 is a bluff, yeah? a5. I mean, I'm trying to sack the exchange, but maybe it's excessive.
Yeah, so we're basically trying to stop this move. If you go with it, I guess we allow you to show your creativity.
And the computer thinks this exchange sack is slightly laughable. So.
Yeah, and this pawn is going to be probably quite useful in the future. So, okay, so knight b3 basically is how white would assert their edge.
If we go back now to after bishop b2, I think then it calls for d takes c4. Just see if that's what it wants to do.
Makes sense.
No, even that is a big advantage for white apparently.
Because probably knight c4,
knight
right?
c4. I thought knight b6. And,
c5,
but
b5.
you go knight a5 maybe.
Or c5 we can even take. Yeah, you can't even go there. So you go knight b6.
And then knight a5. Or maybe even rook a1 simply. Okay, so it's not d takes c4 and it's not thing. Maybe it's
but this
a5.
is actually, this is not so bad for black. I think maybe it's not the best move, but it's certainly one of them. Okay.
Maybe it's a5.
a5, right, yes. Nak in general likes moves like that.
Oh, and if I play a3, you can take on b4, take on a1. And maybe now take on c4. But why is it microscopically better for black?
Yeah, maybe we just...
But maybe it's just Nebalba that's slightly confused.
Maybe we just don't take. Maybe we look for some other move here.
But otherwise, after c5, you're running into the same issue again that we ran into earlier, right?
But, So you're saying like knight b6, c5 always, right?
Yes.
I mean, I was still kind of thinking maybe I go rook b8 somewhere, but
then I go knight f3 here, and bishop c3, and the usual stuff.
Okay, so you're curious, like, what is this optimal move for black in this position?
Which seems to come very close to equality, but let's see what it is. D takes c4.
But dc4 was probably not that move, right? Or maybe it is. Maybe that's still what it is. Maybe it's just not. And knight b6 is also
I mean, I can even
logical.
go knight e7 d5, but also knight b6 d5. Because now the b4 pawn is weak because we have swapped the a4 pawn, a pawns before.
So knight e7 the computer really doesn't like.
Because of bishop d4, bishop c5. So it wants to go knight b6.
That's beautiful. Okay, yeah, you're going to really impose your control over these dark squares, yeah?
Sure.
So you have to start with that move. And
Well,
that's
that seems to be
equality.
equal. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what is our conclusion? Our conclusion is that Hikaru has a very decent move, a5, in this position, that he's not really experiencing any problems. And is there an alternative to a5? I mean, a5 opens the rook, it sort of challenges for space, it makes a lot of sense. Like knight b6 we didn't like as much because it runs into c5. So the other
Well,
option,
we could try a5. a3 and rook b8, but after bishop c3, I don't see the difference. I don't see what's in it for black.
What about some kind of move like queen b7? Is that just ridiculous? Just kind of seeing how you're going to defend this pawn.
a3.
And then I was kind of thinking about a5. I mean, I have to go
bishop
a5,
c3,
right?
and then
Yeah.
bishop c3.
And then what's the difference? Is there some way that maybe my knight can settle in on a4?
Maybe it's knight b6.
Knight b6, yeah.
No, it's not knight b6. Maybe it's takes and knight b6. Sorry. Yes, take and now knight b6.
b6, uh-huh. Could be.
I mean, what I'm hoping for is c5, knight a4, and
And that way you're at least going to get a trade here.
I mean, there is this funny move, bishop d4, queen takes b4, queen e3, trying to claim that I'm clamping down on your own thing.
Wow.
But you might throw in bishop h6. No, then f4, it likes f4, I think. Well, it has to be f4.
Really?
Oh, it can be takes, knight f3, knight g5.
How
No, but
about-
then I have queen g4.
How
Okay,
about
we can just
takes,
say it.
queen d4, rook a3? Or there you have knight c3 there. Or something.
Probably the or something. But it's still better for white. Maybe some rook a3, you're right. Because knight f3, queen g4.
Well, what's our
I'm solving
answer to that, though?
Knight f3 then. And
And
the
then
queen
you
is
get to
overloaded,
g5.
right? Yeah.
So it is rook a3. There you go.
Oh, wait, knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
You go what, knight f3?
Yeah.
I was hoping for knight
Knight
e2
e2,
check.
right. But I don't have to.
But you can go king.
Oh, you're
whatever.
very tricky, though. I see your point. So knight e2, your trick is that you're taking on a3 here.
Yes.
Yes, because, you know, there's all this confusion, like it could be this move.
Yeah, but
no,
rook a3 wins,
it's
yeah.
this one. And then you can't take the queen because of the back rank mate. Okay,
So
very
it's king
tricky.
f1 actually, the only way. Because of king h1, that doesn't work.
And on king here,
I take on f2.
on
no?
f2. Ah, and then I'm not free. I'm not free to go knight g5.
But apparently it's still not lost for some reason.
But basically, king f1 is the winning move.
Yes, and then knight g5.
Knight g5,
that
and
clinches
we
it,
win.
yeah.
Okay. So we went a little bit far, but
So it's not bishop h6, but otherwise it seems to like it so far.
no, I
Queen
think
b-
bishop h6 is right. You're right. Yeah, bishop h6 was giving some sort of favorable.
So what do I do here? Rook fb8 or knight b2? What about knight b2?
Oh, that's interesting. So should I take play rook b1
Yeah, try it.
or try something like that?
If rook a2, I don't know, some h4 or h3.
Black is getting like a little stuck, right?
Maybe
But-
g3 was better.
But basically, without going too far into this position, we can say that Hikaru has achieved a very reasonable position with black from the opening. And he has like multiple ways to proceed here, all of them which are basically involving counterplay on the queen side. And it's definitely involving this move a5.
Yeah.
And basically, the only thing he needs to really avoid is like letting white push through that
Clamp
pawn
it,
with tempo. Because then white can count on some kind of an advantage due to the space.
Yes.
So we're expecting Hikaru to figure out, you know, how he wants to,
Equalize, yeah.
play the move a5 here. Okay, so that's good news for Hikaru fans that he has a very reasonable position to work with. Let's take a look at Prague versus Nijat. And it actually feels like Prague has made some progress. He got his knight to c5. Let's see the last few moves. After bishop e2, castles. Castles was where we saw it last. And by the way, we're about to get a move from Nijat. Nijat just played pawn to e5, which is a pretty big move. So by the way, Nijat did not go for this bishop d7 move that we were looking at. He went for bishop f6, which also looks reasonable.
When he's going knight e7, f5.
Okay. So he took Prague's bishop, but the computer is still liking this a bit for white. And e5, a move that the engine board doesn't, it's not love at first sight. Let's put it like that.
Not for me either.
Yeah.
So
and Prague took
engine
very
bar
quickly.
is not long.
Yeah, Prague took very quickly. He was not, I mean, I guess he just doesn't have a whole lot of choice when he sees that move, yeah?
But okay,
You're
there's
not
just
gonna
so
let
many
the
things
pawn
wrong
go.
with this, right? Rook ft1 must be good. So if I go rook ft1, is that some progress?
That seems like you're bringing a new piece into the game and it looks pretty good. You found a weakness.
I don't know, okay, is d4 working?
Can we just take knight takes d4 and give you this pawn?
You could.
And try to say that like your pieces are more offside? I kind of like that. Well, it's wrong. There's a better move. Shall we look for
Bishop
it?
g5 or bishop d2? Because bishop d4 runs into knight d4, but bishop g5 maybe.
Just basically opening up the attack. It's another option.
It doesn't like that either. Maybe it was just bishop d2. Or bishop c1 b2.
You want to go for the pawn like that? We're trying all the moves.
Trying all the moves. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's what else is there? I mean, I'm not going to play g4 now. Maybe bishop d2, but why does
So it's giving
like
a
it so much?
1.3 evaluation. So there must be maybe some way of taking this pawn. I mean, do you think that for some reason bishop takes d4 could be?
But knight takes d4?
Yeah, but we have to try it.
That is it.
It's the only thing
And
left.
if knight d4,
For
bishop
some
h2
reason,
check.
this position is a better way to capture the pawn.
Okay, and king h1, bishop f4, maybe some knight c6 or something, and there's a huge...
Yeah, can we just try to understand? So like, because we tried like this, and so somehow these pieces on the board it was less good for white. Oh, do you think that maybe it's that you take here and that somehow the bishop
and
here
knight are not so effective.
is not as dangerous as having a knight here that can go to c6?
Sure.
Interesting. So basically the right way for us to capture is with the bishop, giving away the bishop and having two knights versus two bishops. Can we try to understand, Vishy, why we're better here as white? Pawns are equal. They have two bishops. What gives us the advantage?
Let me try bishop d6. I think it's simply that the bishops don't have any squares. And the knights are taking away, for instance, the light squared bishop is totally dominated. It doesn't have a move where it can't be, won't be captured. And
are we going to see one day? No, can't use those squares. Too bad. Can't really do a rook lift. Okay, I mean, I can see how beautifully the knights are positioned here, and how indeed black's pieces can't come out so easily. But still, like, what move would white make to increase the advantage?
Okay, shall we just see what's happening with the women and we'll flip back?
Yeah, Prague is about to make a move, though. Maybe we just wait and see what he decided on.
Sure.
Yeah, he played rook f d1.
Rook f d1, okay.
Okay, so
let's see what happens there.
We definitely are liking where this is going. And, you know, Abasov is in danger, is in the same danger as Firouzja is in.
Yes, well...
Being in danger of losing a second game in a row.
Yeah, what's the word for this is just tilt, right? They might be
And by the way, Hikaru did play the move a5, which was one of the most obvious natural options. And yeah, let's take a look at the women. We have a lot of action there. So for example, okay, what do we have in Selimova versus Goryachkina? We have, it was a Catalan that looks more like some kind of a Queen's Gambit now. Well, it's very solid looking for black, right? I mean, hard to see black really having problems in this position. What do you think?
I think Goryachkina has equalized.
Okay.
Completely.
Then we have a lot of action in Tan versus Anna, where Anna's rook has managed to get to b4 and win a pawn, while Tan has just been busy attacking on the king side. So we'll be going there. Humpy versus Lei was this King's Indian with a lot of things getting traded now. A little difficult to evaluate, but definitely, yeah, it looks a bit better for Humpy because she can even take on e5 or maybe not, because there's DE. Then her bishop hangs, and so does the D pawn. But
I could take with the bishop and play d6, but then knight f5, I don't know if that's going anywhere.
And then Vaishali versus Logno, the whole center has been liquidated, and actually looks like, well, at least Logno's pieces are very aggressively posted. Let's go there for a second to Vaishali versus Logno. She just played the move knight f4, offering up her knight. That's aggressive.
Yes. If queen takes b4, then bishop takes f3. It looks extremely strong.
Yeah. So her point is when this knight gets captured, she takes here, and then the queen comes in for that checkmate. So the knight cannot get captured.
But also bishop f1 after queen takes b4, bishop takes f3, bishop f1 runs into the same knight into g2, and there's a problem that you can't play bishop g2 because of queen g5.
So I think we are not going to be taking that knight. And
but what then? Knight b2, simply because b7 is hanging. But then I go bishop takes f3. Am I winning the exchange?
I think so.
Yes, knight f3, knight bd3. And I'm winning the exchange.
Okay, so somehow white has...
So by elimination, what is it? Rook e3? Rook a3? No, rook a3, bishop f3, same problem.
What problem?
That at the end there's a knight d3 and taking on e1.
You're saying this doesn't work
anyway.
Yeah,
just bishop f3. And knight e d3 even. But okay, both work.
Yeah, you just put us into this fork. Okay. Well, so far, I think it looks like Vaishali is under quite a bit of pressure because it's not that easy for us to find the move that holds the balance, despite the fact that we've already tried a few different options. So you were saying maybe it's this one, although it feels so strange to do that, right? It does seem to hold. Well, you got that sixth sense, Vishy. What can I say? I was like, there's no way you can just leave your back rank open.
It's actually the sixth move I think I've tried, not the sixth sense. We've tried queen. But anyway, bishop. Yeah, but luckily the tactics work out, but she absolutely has to find rook e3. I don't know if there's a second move which doesn't lose.
So what you're saying is like you're getting out of the fork, and if you take, I take with my rook, and that's just incredible.
If queen d1 check, then bishop f1, and actually nothing is happening.
Yeah, it's incredible that like my queen holds this, and somehow your two knights are hanging, and I just avoid losing. I mean, you can come in here.
1 second, instead of that knight bd3,
and here white's actually
just try
winning.
Knight c2. Because there's a lot happening here. I'm threatening rook takes f4 as well. I mean, knight e2 check as well. So you have to play rook f4.
Oh, wow.
And now I play knight a1.
Oh, this is going to be very hard for her to go for.
And my thought was if queen takes a1, I'd go rook a b8 and I'm winning.
Yeah. But apparently I have a winning move here, and it could be...
Is it rook d4?
Rook d4, yeah.
Or is it... no, rook d4, queen e1 simply. It doesn't change the issue. Maybe it's knight c3.
Oh, you're using your chance to get the knight out.
Oh, and queen d2, rook e4, and that's the point.
What do you want to play here?
If queen e1, then rook e4.
Wait, this queen looks like it's trapped.
Yes.
Yeah, I finally realized.
Oh, so there's quite a lot of.
Well,
But she absolutely has to play rook e3, I think.
yeah, I don't know how she's going to cope with this. This feels like a position where it's very easy for white to make mistakes. I mean, she has this undeveloped knight. All of black's pieces are developed.
Wait, just 1 second. Rook e3.
Yeah,
If I go queen d1 check, do you still play bishop f1?
yeah.
Or do you come back rook e1?
Or rook e1.
I don't know. Because rook e1, I wanted to improve my queen to t6.
I see.
And this is still a draw. Because if I go bishop takes f3, you're just going to move the knight, maybe knight c3.
But I just take, right? I just literally transpose into what we just had.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And you know what's interesting is that we tried this move, which apparently just loses for. I mean, I don't know what the point of it was. It was attacking the queen, but I'm curious as to why it actually loses for black.
Queen d2, maybe?
Ah, you just trade off everything, and then my knights get stuck.
Your knights are hooked to each other, and that's the problem because.
Yeah, that codependency
Yes.
relationship is not working out. Very sad, huh?
Would a knight be described as dysfunctional?
Yeah,
The relationship between two knights.
yeah. So knight c2 looks extremely menacing because you're threatening checkmate with that. But even that holds on for white because
Rook
white
f4.
takes. And here you kind of have to force.
that was a mistake.
That's a mistake, yeah.
So then it has to be rook a b8.
You throw that in, wow.
No, that's also very good for me. So there's a move here which is not knight a1, which is not.
That is
Oh,
holding
please
the
don't tell me
balance.
it's rook fb8. That's ridiculous.
There's nothing else, though.
Okay, try rook fb8.
But it's still not even that. There's something else. So black is down a piece. We would like to get some material back.
Is it rook fc8? No, but then rook takes f7. How can such moves be good?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's amazing that like this is that bad, right?
Yeah,
Did we-
knight
did we-
c3, and it's plus 2.7.
It's basically because we're going to win this knight and have two pieces for the rook and just be winning.
Yes.
And it's important to throw in that move because if you start by taking the knight, then you don't get to develop. Then you're pinned.
Sure.
Actually, you know what's funny, Vishy, is that you're pinned in every single direction on the back rank.
Yes.
And so this position has a lot of tactical nuances, but apparently this move actually was bad because.
Wait, this is a great position. It's not knight a1, it's not rook ab8, it's not rook fb8, it's
Yeah.
not something to c8. What could it be? I don't see any other moves.
So we're supposed to hold the balance for black. That's it.
But I'm threatening rook a1 to a4 for a start. So there is some. Oh, it's rook fe8.
Wow. Oh, that's crazy.
Just put it in.
Yeah.
Because we're threatening
Yeah.
queen takes f1
Yeah.
check.
Yeah. That's so beautiful. That's such a beautiful threat.
And if knight c3, I guess knight c3, right?
Yeah, by the way, if you look at the body language of the two players, I mean, it definitely feels like Logno is more comfortable. I mean, you know, I feel like with that knight on f4, Vishy, you know, people would generally be quite comfortable.
I think Katerina sees that nothing's going wrong. And the point is, of course, her body language is comfortable. She doesn't need to see white's defense.
Right.
Whereas white needs to see white's defense. So it's much more
Exactly.
uncomfortable for Vaishali. So at the moment, all the pressure is on this side.
Mm-hmm.
But if she does find rook e3, then Logno will start thinking and look for the win that maybe she's not realized yet
does
that
not
it's not
exist.
exist.
Yes.
And then we'll see some interesting reaction. But that'll be some time down the line.
Yeah.
Because I think for the first few minutes, you're still very proud of this move, knight f4. And then you
Right.
realize, oh, even despite that, I didn't get
Yeah.
any edge.
By the way, so knight c3, you stopped the sacrifice. And so now
Queen
we
takes a1.
take,
Queen takes
and then we
a2.
put you in some pin.
And then it's what? Rook c8, rook
And
f3.
you have to save the knight. You don't have a lot of ways to do it. And this is a balance because
Rook e1 and queen d3.
somehow the two rooks are active enough, even though black is not actually able to win material because black does not have this move because of the checkmate.
So what is it, h6 now?
Yeah,
And
so
it's still
strange
equal.
position with two pieces against the rook that is equal, and
Oh, this is beautiful. I have to
Yeah.
play rook takes f7. That's how I draw. After h6.
So you're saving your knight.
No, it's
Oh,
now
no.
lost. It's now lost. I don't
Why is
believe
black
it.
winning? You can't take the knight because of checkmate.
You can't take it to the queen because of check.
of rook. Check, and then you win the
And
queen.
king g8 looks slow, but maybe by elimination it has to be king g8. But even rook g7 might be a draw there. Simply your king is so exposed.
Right.
Yes,
because
it's a
also,
draw, so-
And also, I mean, can't you just go back? Or
Then
Or then-
rook takes c3. And then where's your
some
book?
sort of checks?
King hits 8. Oh, rook f8 check. Sorry, yes.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that, yeah, that is a thing.
But
Okay, so
how are we winning,
there's a
though,
win
for
for black
black?
here. Maybe rook c e8 with the idea rook takes f1 and rook e1.
It'd be so tricky in chess to find those wins. Yeah, you know, it's like not an obvious one. So you're setting up this, and then the other rook coming down, and black is surprisingly winning. It really is a surprise, right? This move.
Yes.
This is
And
not
if I go
obvious at all.
h3, rook f1, king h2, how bad is it?
I guess it's kind of bad because we still got a pawns on the board, and what,
Rook h1 and
rook
queen takes
h1,
a5.
and yeah, and then we actually take that a pawn, and we're very happy. Or maybe we should play for mate somehow. Should we go queen here and try to push you out?
But I can go to h4 and my rook is covering f2. And I mean, maybe I play queen g6, queen h2, king h4. Really want that?
So this move, you feel like it's too giving up
It actually keeps the entire advantage.
Okay.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, okay.
But let's go back. Let's go back and sum up what we have found in this position, Vishy.
Vaishali absolutely has to find rook e3. I don't see another move, right? Knight bd2, you take on f3, you go knight d3,
Yeah.
and you're winning the exchange. Yeah.
So black's threats in this position are taking the knight, obviously, but also the fork combined with taking the knight. And a lot of white's natural tries in this position are just not working. And this is why this one, which is so unnatural, leaving the back rank exposed, is actually the one correct move that we've been able to find so far. And the lines there are crazy. So I'm not convinced at all, like, I don't know, that rook e3 will happen, but maybe through process of elimination, like there's just no other way to stop that fork. Maybe she'll finally land upon it.
She'll play rook e3 because at least she doesn't see the loss there yet.
Yeah.
Whereas the others...
Well, I don't know.
That's just
Maybe
an
she can
exchange
try
now.
some queen moves, like queen moves, like, how about that? Why does that lose? I see there's a potential fork on
Yes,
c2.
you can take on f3 and go knight c2.
Yeah, so that one doesn't work out great because there's another fork in the position. Yeah, I mean, she has a chance of finding this move through sheer necessity.
Wait, that last one, bishop f3, queen f3, knight c2. I mean, it's your line. You have it there.
Apparently there was something better. There's like something very convincingly winning for black.
b8 or what?
That's funny. Could it be? It's good, but it's not the absolute top.
Queen f6.
Uh-huh.
No, that seems slightly better for white now. I don't even know why.
Okay.
Just knight bd2, I see. Okay, so knight bd2 is a threat.
How is she doing on the clock? She has 27 minutes. So, you know, again, another game where we're going to be seeing Vaishali in time trouble.
Okay, before we miss this,
Yeah.
after his quick draw, Jan Nepomniachtchi visited the fan zone. Why don't we see what he had to say?
Okay, let's take a look.
The first game to finish in round 6 is a draw between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. Jan, can you please tell a little bit about this game? So it was a quiet game. You were white, so maybe you could explain about your choice of the opening.
Well, it was quite a quiet game, probably with quite a high accuracy. So everything it was exchanged quickly, and then I think after G5 was a little bit a careless move, so I felt like, wow, maybe I can like have some cunning move order, like maybe even to win a pawn, but yeah, somehow even like the some normal moves like he played, like I don't know, basically protecting every pawn is all right. I mean, this line is, I mean, slightly, maybe very tiny, more preferable for white. But I didn't expect him to play bishop g4, so it was some other idea. But I also would say that probably I was also focused on the first move c5, which he played twice in this tournament. So e5 was not like a surprise, but I mean, of course, it's like difficult when your opponent has like a lot of good openings, like Fabiano. So he can basically play any opening, and yeah, inside e5 there is a big white choice.
At some point in the endgame, when you played rook d4, rook a4, and then you declined the repetition with bishop e4. So did you want still to press a little bit with white?
Yeah, I wanted, but I underestimated that he plays c5, and then he's in time with a4. Because I would say that if I would be in time to play, let's say, okay, let's say, like I expected rook e6, to be honest, like so after rook d4 he could play rook d6. But what he did was also fine that after rook c5, rook d4 c5 like a little bit restricts his own bishop. So if I'm in time to set up something like a4, c4, and then rook on b5, his position becomes like very suspicious. But I mean the problem that I don't think like I'm in time, yes. So he always has this a4 and he creates counterplays. So either my pawn will be fixed on a3 or he puts it on a3, and it's he would be always able to activate his rook, or maybe activate his bishop, and then okay, if he reaches a2 pawn, then okay, he's doing fine. So maybe it was still like I don't know, like 0-0-1 or something for white, but I felt like yeah, maybe it's time to call it a day after he played c5 and a4.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. Nothing else to ask you about today. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so actually we're gonna watch Jan's visit to the fan zone a little bit later. That was his post-game interview where he said that, yeah, it's hard to prepare for Caruana. He spent more time focusing on the Sicilian, which Caruana already employed twice in this tournament. So I guess he just didn't have like very big ideas for 1e5 for today.
Yes, and also it makes sense once in a while to give yourself an extra rest day and have a quiet thing, because you can't go full bore every single game.
Yeah.
So a practical decision, which in fact he employed a lot in Madrid. He corrected his thing from the previous candidates. In Madrid, he actually towards the end took a lot of strategic draws and coasted to victory. So.
Well, shall we take a look at what's going on between Lei and Kaneru, because their position has also had some major changes. We last looked at it when Black played h6. We weren't exactly sure what White was going to do. She played an interesting move c5, which you mentioned actually existed, but we didn't go into it. F takes e4, takes on d6, takes.
That was nice.
Okay, knight e5, and then maybe she had some better option here than bishop takes. She wound up taking with the bishop so that she could move that pawn to d6. But what else could she have done here, Rishi?
c3 back.
Just back with the knight. So why? To defend that pawn?
Yeah.
So
like,
maybe
and then take the thing on e5 with the knight on e5 with the knight.
So basically what was going on here was this pawn was hanging, and so it wasn't really worth it for Black to take here, yeah? It's quite dangerous. I don't know.
d6.
Still interesting.
But it looks quite decent for Black, right?
Right, because I mean the knight also has ideas of that. So it was sort of the question. She could have done that. Instead, Lei chose this move with the point that if the knight takes, she takes attacking the bishop and also making an attack on this pawn. So here Humpy, that's why she took with the bishop on e5, but what else could she have done? So you're saying knight c3. Interesting, just kind of stepping back and defending.
Apparently it wasn't the move.
How about
Queen B3?
Queen D2?
Maybe Queen D2. This I like. I don't know about Knight C4.
Yes, yes.
Oh, it doesn't seem to matter, yeah. Oh, this is very nice, Queen D2. Queen D2 is good.
So we kind of connect the rooks and hit the h6 pawn. Okay, so that might have been a chance for Humpy. She captured this way, leading to the trade of the rooks. Then this recapture. The pawn is hanging, so it must move forward. And is it going to get captured or is it going to survive? Apparently, knight here is also not optimal. Knight d4. Interesting. Lei has achieved an outpost on d4 for her knight. Kind of balancing out the situation with the e4 outpost. And I can see why her position is fine.
Yeah.
Because this is a very powerful knight. She might be playing b6 in the future. I mean, this knight can't really, she could actually play b6 and bishop b7 at some point.
And then the knight has to reconnect via a4 to c3 or via d3 to f2, which I like less. So I'd rather go for a4 c3.
So Lei is in fine shape here. She's also vastly up on the clock.
Yes.
So Humpy has definitely, we can say, lost her initiative. She played well.
She might want to just chuck that pawn with d7 because it's not much of a pawn, but at least, or you can do it in the next move. You can play rook c1, b6, and d7 there.
Right.
And you're banking on the opposite color bishops, and
yeah,
it might not be that much, but people don't like to chuck pawns for nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I would play knight c3, bishop d3, e4, and try to claim that.
I guess the other thing is that you were saying like knight a4 and then just knight c3.
Yeah, but that's uncomfortable because again, just like the other hook knights we saw, there was in Vaishali Logno, you know, but here again, these two knights would look kind of strange, bunched up like that. Oh, but this one it likes.
But this one is sort of holds the balance. Yeah, like look at it. This defends this, which defends that.
I think what it didn't like was blocking the rook. So now it feels that rook c7 is a threat. Because, yeah, so.
Okay, so Humpy is still having objectively fine position. By the way, we've got big news. In Vaishali's game, you know, we knew it was not going to be easy for her to play like a computer and find the move rook e3. Let's see what she actually did. She played queen takes b4, not a good move.
Bishop f3,
takes,
g3.
and then g3.
And apparently it's just resigns. So let's see what it is. It might be even quite simple. Let's say knight h3 check.
King f1.
And I'm thinking, is queen d4 working? Is queen d4 working?
And then you just want to pin me, huh? So I have a feeling you're on the right track with this.
Yes.
Because you're hitting the rook and the checkmate. I have only one move. And then something tells me this pin is going to be mighty unpleasant.
But I think even more
convincing. Could be the other rook. It could be, I don't know, rook fe8.
Rook fe8 maybe?
I think so. Threatening.
If rook e8, rook e8, rook e d2, do we have a forced win?
Like that,
yes,
huh?
Queen e4 is a forced win, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and so just rook fe8 and it's game over.
So tell us why we're completely winning, because we're trying to open up the back rank to give a checkmate here.
What's your next move, I guess?
Yeah, the rooks are disconnected. The knight can't even develop because of checkmate.
So you can play rook e8, knight c3. And for the moment, all the squares are, I mean, d1 is defended.
Hold on. Yeah, let me try to find a win here.
Maybe rook c8.
Just winning a piece.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess winning a piece is pretty good. And how helpful is it, Vishy, that that king is on h8? In every single line, you know, there's no bishop f7.
I don't think king h8 was a good move when it was played, but it's turned out brilliantly. Oh, that's a pity for Vaishali.
Yeah, just that, you know,
I agree, rook e3 is very difficult, but you get there by elimination.
Yes, but you know, she went for this knight, letting Katerina play the obvious move, and now Katerina just has to find.
So that was a better move than
what?
g3.
Than g3.
Maybe a queen d2, swapping queens, but then queen g5 or queen h4. Yes, no, queen g5. But there was something better than.
You can even do maybe queen f6 if you want. You know, you can do a lot.
So what was the move that was better than g3? There's something which is
bishop f1.
But then we were running into knight g2.
Rook
maybe
a3.
rook a3 and rook g3 and
just give up the pawn and try to like hold. I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a desperation solution. So she was obviously kind of counting on keeping the king closed up, but unfortunately, it's fairly simple for Katerina. Like she literally has to find one check that has one answer, and then a checkmate threat, which is really obvious.
Just try any other move besides queen d4. I mean, I want to see how much the evaluation.
I think black is probably just
rook
completely
b8,
winning anyway.
Let's go
rook
rook c3, rook c8.
Okay.
That drops by a lot because maybe rook a3 was helping. Queen f6.
Queen f6. Then still winning.
Still winning. Why not? Why is it? Is it queen c3? But I go queen at. No, I can't go queen h6. What is it? Queen c3. Maybe takes rook ac8. Finally, very quiet. Oh, but then I have rook e3. Sorry. No, I have rook e3. What is the line here?
Can we just try to like take and play rook c8?
d5? No, that doesn't work. I go queen f6.
Are you surviving this one, by the way? Oh, you are.
Better.
Yeah.
Okay. Queen c3. So there's something much better than
queen
f5.
c6. Queen c6.
Oh, that's it. Yes.
Actually, that's strong. Yeah.
Oh yes, it's huge. So it wasn't queen c3.
Yeah, but let's just focus on the beauty of what is going to happen. So here we go. We're going to have queen d4, and then just rook fe8, just bringing in that rook.
Just put a rook ac8 and let's see what happens there. Also winning a huge enormous.
So it looks like Katerina is going to finally pick up her win, her first win after a series of missed wins. You know, that she was completely winning against Han, then she was winning against Lei, and it's definitely been a tournament of disappointments for her, but this could be her first win of the event. Meanwhile, let's take a look at a game that has spiced up a bit, Prague versus Abasov. And the reason I'm interested in this game is because I saw after rook fd1, at some point white played g4. Okay, so d4 actually was played. And we were thinking about how white should react to that. We also did not find this move immediately. Actually, bishop takes d4 is the best. But Prague played bishop g5.
Oh, bishop d6, he went g4. Wow.
Right, g4. That's the move that got my attention. Like, wow, he wants to pick up this pawn with the rook, I guess, or not. Because there's bishop c5. Well, let's see what he wants. So his point was that this knight just had no squares. No decent squares. So Abasov uses this counterattack.
And he took and queen e4. And rook a7 has happened.
Wow, so really big changes on the board. It's still two knights versus the two bishops.
White's still better-ish.
But white's king is quite open, yeah?
What about knight takes g5? I mean, queen h4 might just be mate, so let's try that.
Okay.
Oh, now it's better for black. It says bishop h2 check.
Bishop f4. I don't know. That bishop h2 looks dangerous, but maybe You have queen f4?
Yes, I wanted to follow up with queen f4, but this it likes for white. Not king g2, king h1, I think, because I want to play queen g2.
Mm. Can I go bishop f4?
Yes.
I am scared for black.
But rook g1. It is now much better for black. So rook g1 was a blunder. Okay. There is something better than rook g1. It's not f6, I guess.
Well, the knight is hanging, so we need something, some assistance quickly.
It's not queen g2 because of bishop f5. Is it rook g1? We tried rook g1. Knight h3.
How about knight f3 back?
Sure. And apparently sometimes
and like we're gonna
boring
win,
is fine.
Yeah, we're gonna win that pawn, and we're gonna still be happy, be a pawn up. Yeah, it's interesting. So you were kind of interested in that pawn because you wanted to mate quickly, and me, I was like, can we go for that pawn? But that's, I was looking at rook d4. Is that crazy?
Well, rook e7, and then queen d5
and queen,
maybe.
Queen has to be
Or
careful.
d3, so that I'm defending
I was
c1.
kind of hoping for that, holding this and this.
But it's never going to be easy with that pawn on f5, right? Because even if white wins that a6 pawn, there's going to be counterplay over here. It's just never going to be easy anymore.
So we kind of feel that Prague...
But what about knight takes d4? Wasn't that the easiest?
Which one?
Rook a7, and not knight
right
takes
here.
g5, but knight takes d4.
Right here.
So, which also defends f5, so I don't have to...
And then you also have some ideas of knight c6. Knight takes d4. Yeah, I mean, I can't really take this pawn, I guess, right? I just don't really have the time. You know, because you can save the bishop, but in the end,
knight c6.
Knight c6 is a big problem. So knight takes d4 maybe is even the simplest.
Practical.
Yeah, very practical. Still, he's got to boss him under some pressure. Should we be going rook e7?
Okay. That's knight c6.
Where is this queen going to go?
G4 or g2? G2 maybe. Because I'm threatening there. It's good. Okay, actually queen g4 might work because if bishop h2, I go king g2, and it wasn't clear that this actually is good for you. Yeah, king g2.
What's your take on this position, Vishy? How is it going to pan out? Who's this? Whose advantage is this playing towards the most?
With white, I would feel that the position was very delicately poised, and with black, I would feel that even if I was worse, I would. There's still lots of counterplay in the position, something like that.
Okay, so you're not too despairing of black's chances here with the two
There's going to be
bishops.
hope with this pawn on f5, and there's open king without a g pawn and everything. There's always going to be hope. So I feel
the one thing I can say is that Prague, he's like seems to be a very confident attacker in general.
Yes.
He seems to calculate well, and this is the type of position which I think he might be enjoying.
Yes.
Look at him. He's kind of bouncing around, calculating those lines.
Yes. It's interesting, though. I mean, since we saw the eval bar, we quickly realized it must be bishop d4. I'm wondering how easy it is to see that bishop d4 is so pleasant for white.
It's not that easy.
No.
Because it was our last move that we examined.
Always, yeah. But I'm saying once you know there's something to look for, we get there by elimination.
Eventually, and still it took us that long.
Yeah.
And it was not easy at all. All right, let's look at Vidit versus Firouzja, because his advantage is as big as ever. Let's go back to the moment he took this pawn on d6. Queen went back to b6, bishop e3, queen d8. So at this moment, he had a 4.5 pawn advantage.
He actually went for the a7 pawn, a6 pawn, which is cute.
Yeah, he loses a couple of pawns on his move queen d4, a couple of pawns of advantage. So why was this move so bad? And how should we have like broken through instead.
What about knight c5?
You just want to like trade off the defenders.
That still loses some advantage.
Of the advantage,
okay.
yeah.
Maybe just g5.
Yeah.
No, also rook f4 maybe. Then I can break a4 and that loses a lot of it. Okay, this is what about bishop takes b5? It's now slightly better for black.
Yeah, I mean, you're
spectacular.
Trying to go for this, but I guess, I mean, what, they play f6 here?
Rook c8. Yeah, maybe f6.
Or, yeah, actually rook c8 makes sense.
And now black is better, so that was spectacularly bad. No, I didn't want to take. I just thought I can leave the knight there and improve, but apparently that isn't the way. Okay, so knight c5.
Okay, they've played a few moves. Let's keep going. Queen d4, rook c8,
Queen a7,
bishop c6. So he won
the
a pawn.
The only thing is he has to go to
a technical approach, and he puts himself in this funny pin. But I guess, you know, he's really
hang on a second. Go back one move. What about knight takes b5? Rook takes a6, knight c7 check. Queen c7, d takes c7, rook a8. I think it's bishop a6 and now bishop a6. I mean, the only thing is you'll probably take on g4 and it's still a fight. No. I
mean, I guess we're going to promote and then we're going to be up like a whole rook, yeah?
Well, an exchange up.
Exchange and exchange.
And with 3 connected
pawn.
on the queen side versus 3 connected on the king side and some. Okay, doesn't matter. Just out of curiosity, he went bishop a7. G6, bishop
They're
takes
playing
b5.
very quickly.
Bishop h6 check. Actually, Firouzja is going to get away and castle. So just say bishop h6 check.
By the way, Vidit doesn't have a whole lot of time.
Yes.
So Vidit has taken the
But I
whole
think
queen side.
4 queen side pass pawns might compensate for the
So
lack of time.
he's got to make 16 moves in like less than 15 minutes. And he's currently up 2 pawns.
What about knight c7? I mean, are you forced to rook c8?
At some point, do you want to like start pushing the c pawn?
I mean, even maybe a4, a5.
Do we have the time for luxuries like h3?
Yes, apparently we do.
We have time, but we can also go without that.
Actually,
luxury.
I don't know. No. c4 feels like his game from yesterday. What about knight c5? Let's eliminate that knight so that the knights are not hooked, and then I can always put pressure there. Well, okay, this is huge.
He's played knight c7. Yeah.
Very pragmatic. Rook c8. I think at some point I can play h3 and then maybe next move knight c5.
Okay, so rook c8. Where do we go from here?
Let me try h3. I like your move.
You like the quiet and materialistic h3. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. How about knight a5?
Queen h4? I mean, you could do knight c6 there.
Yeah, by the way...
Okay, he has not defended the pawn. I don't know what he did. Bishop g1?
He actually went king... No, he went... Trying to figure out what
I think bishop g1...
Oh, no, the guy did not move his rook.
Oh, he's given the exchange. Okay,
Yes.
got it. He went knight takes g4.
Yes, which maybe is the better option.
It's a good practical option because now...
So he's going to take the rook. Well, yeah. How?
And then queen e2 maybe.
Okay, he took the rook in the corner. Queen takes.
And queen a4, forking the knights.
Yeah, Vidit is
but then knight e3, queen d7.
getting ready to play something. No, he actually went to e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that looks really simple. I mean, he just won the exchange.
He's taken on a7. Now I'll take
Yeah.
on g4.
And this
The
game,
problem for Firouzja is now the rook is going to go to d4 and b4 and shut down any counterplay. So I think that's just not even happening. Imagine I just go rook d4, b4, and then even your counterplay on the b file is not happening.
I mean, yeah, I guess I was going to say black's hope is to put the bishop on g7.
Yeah, but then I'm going to go rook f4. So whichever square you release.
Oh, I see, right. I mean,
so
yeah,
rook f4
just don't push the pawns too early, like exposing the king.
Then it loosens the knight. I want that pawn on c2 because I need that knight defended. So rook f4
That's
is good.
why, now I see why you like this maneuver, because before you start pushing the pawns, you want the rook there. That makes sense.
Rook f4
Well,
looks
Vidit
very
just
nice.
has to make sure he doesn't lose on time. That's it.
So rook f4.
By the way, Prague versus Abasov. Maybe we can take a look. He went queen c4.
Oh, landing on c7, which is also maybe...
Should we take a look at Abasov playing a move that we did not expect?
Sure.
All right. So Prague did capture with the rook on d4.
And then g4
And
happened.
Abasov just decides
based
to
on
give
this
up the
trick that
pawn.
queen g4, bishop takes c5.
Ah, let's
So-
show that. Let's show people that this queen needs to be here to protect the rook.
Yeah,
and
so
when
if
it
it takes-
moves,
Bishop c5.
you lose a piece because of the pin. So why is this move a bad idea? Because
Let's do knight g5 anyway.
the knight is pretty well placed here, yeah?
I mean, the advantage did drop a bit, but anyway, let's see what's...
Oh, I have an idea. I'm trying to think of what alternative we had. It's not like we can really throw in like a counter attack because you just take my knight, right?
I mean, unless you're going to claim that f6 is a good move at some point. I don't know.
But probably we don't have that. Wait, there's something winning here. Let's find it. Something very, very good for white.
Queen d3. No, then gf3, rook takes d6, bishop f5 would be really stupid.
Ah,
so it's not queen
okay.
d3.
We were trying to be clever with this
But
attack,
gf3,
but then you just take my knight, and when I take your bishop, all would be well.
but bishop f5 skewers the...
Yeah.
And
then,
d6, the queen is overloaded here. Okay.
well, we were close.
So there is something much better than this.
So if the knight were to move,
Knight d2 is another option because it at least
not
protects
bad.
the rook on b1.
yeah, knight d2 is not terrible looking at all. Because then your queen is free to move. But apparently
But that
that
drops
loses
the advantage
a lot.
almost to nothing.
Yeah.
Then by elimination, it would have to be knight h4.
And why is that so brilliant?
Just
You're
to protect,
gonna-
overprotect f5.
Are
or
you going to
something.
sack on g6 somewhere? I bet
I just
you
want
are.
to overprotect f5.
Knight h4 is not it either.
It's not it either. Not many
But
knight moves
he did
left.
just play knight h4.
He went to g5 actually.
He went to g5. Ah, he went to g5. Okay. But
There is a
Here's-
better move.
okay, let's just look at this one for 1 second.
That's it. So bishop takes c5.
Yeah, I really wanted to get this in, and I just didn't see this working. Because you take, I mean, I take.
B takes c5. G takes f3.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun.
It's going to be some f6 stuff. f6, is that really possible?
Why can't it be like rook d8?
Well, for a minimum, I have bishop b7, don't I? Oh, bishop takes f5. Oh, then you go queen h4.
Queen
H4,
h4,
that
yeah,
works.
that's
Okay, so rook
interesting.
d8.
Okay, that drops some of our advantage, so that's not the optimal move. We have a killer.
f6,
Here,
try f6. That's it. But because the pawn on c5 is stopping the queen coming to the third rank. But this looks, it's not obvious to me.
No, that was hard. I mean, because like, of course, you know, you naturally want to bring in the rook. That's obvious. But then you're only able to do it by sacrificing a piece. And then you have to like really have a lot of confidence that you're winning
F6 works,
without a bishop.
Okay, so let's see what happens after knight g5, which is what he
All
played.
right, he played knight g5. So kind of second game in a row where Prague has a win, but the win is not easy at all.
And it seems to be eluding him. Hopefully, he's not lost too much control. He's still better.
Still better. He's down on the clock, but it's not too terrible yet. So knight g5. Okay. What can black be hoping for here? White's...
Bishop h2 check.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to have rook h1, though, like very soon.
Well, I'm going to have queen e5, I thought.
You want to go queen e5 right here, yeah? You forcing a queen trade?
So you go rook h1, and you'll just play bishop takes f5.
And black is just doing well. So this is definitely not what white wants.
No.
So
what is the move here? Rook e1, queen takes g4, bishop takes f5. Again, I don't see it.
Wow. I mean, I think he will find it because, I mean, okay, this is sort of an obvious capture with check, and then he just clearly wants to get this queen from b8 in a more active position.
Okay, so queen e5.
Yeah.
There is something good for white. Is it rook d5?
To at least try to hold this pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
I think so. I think that makes sense. And then on queen takes, you can
take knight g4.
And still having some kind of advantage.
But I go bishop f4. Where's your advantage?
With your
I have the two
centralization.
bishops and,
Okay. Well, where's
also, I wonder what's the effect on Prague, because he knows by now that this is probably one of the less promising options he's had so far, and that might be irritating him a bit.
How about this idea? I know it's a bit slow. Is there anything else I can do? I mean, I have ideas like knight d3. I mean, your bishop can sort of find somewhere to go.
Let's swing back to the women, just see that if some results are there already.
All right. Well, the first place to look for a result.
This is over.
One.
Bishop d5 resigns. Katerina's not going to spoil this.
Yeah, she is just up a clear exchange, and she's putting her opponents in a pin. So that's kind of it.
Okay.
All right, Humpy.
Equalish.
Still equal. The knight is on b3 instead of being on f2, where we would have liked to see him. But yeah, Humpy is keeping it balanced. Her time situation is not amazing, 8.5 minutes for like 17 moves. Tan versus Anna. Oh yeah, that's a game that we were very concerned about.
And it looks like white is winning. Things are done properly.
Wow, a plus almost 6 advantage. So what was black's last move? Wow, her last move was kind of, okay, we see Vaishali resigning the game against Katerina. Well, her knight f4 move made a big impression.
Yes.
Yeah. And Vaishali was not able to cope with the problems. And here Anna plays a move which raises the evaluation by like 5 pawns. So why was this move queen d8 so bad?
Terrible, okay.
Like white's down a pawn, but obviously it has everything else going in this position. And we just see h6 on the board, which is apparently not as winning as some other option that white could have done.
What about e6?
So you're just opening up all the lines, yeah?
Yeah, it seems to hold on to a lot.
So
I think it's one of these positions where you don't need to see the win before you play it, because it kind of plays itself.
Yeah, like this move is just very natural.
But on the other hand, there was something much better than queen c8.
F6 though, F6?
Then I could take on h7 and sneak into g6.
Yeah, that must be it.
Queen check.
Yeah.
King h8.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g6. And knight f5 is coming.
Yeah. But I mean, I think the reason someone would, why would someone reject the move e6?
Instead of queen d8, actually, instead of queen d8, was there some knight e6?
She probably had to, yeah.
That was the thing to keep it within that.
Yeah, within the.
Because thanks to the pin, she's getting this move. Okay. Queen d8, why did she not play? I think she just fell in love with h6, and that's also must be very strong. Though it's the advantage has dropped a bit. Maybe bishop c8 is defending. Just have a look at bishop c8.
She has to try that. I think she did it.
But bishop c8, I have bishop takes d8, queen c8, knight f5. Knight f5. Oh, and it's some queen e6, some great move like that.
Okay, so what is our best move against bishop c8?
I'm going to say e6.
Still the best. So if pawn takes, bishop takes, not bishop takes because there's probably rook takes f1. What would be the win here? Oh, it's rook takes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, rook takes. So we can have a check on e6 next.
Oh, and if rook takes d4, I just play queen d4 because it's mate. And what else? Everything else is gone. So e6 wins here if bishop c8. I don't know if she played
So basically, we're looking to see if she's going to find this move.
She played bishop c8, right? But of course, you have to.
Yeah, bishop c8 on the board.
And if e6, then it's crashing through.
And finally, in Salimova versus Goryachkina, is there any action? Actually, we see slowly Goryachkina outplaying her opponent.
I think rook a7 is just a pawn up.
Yeah, she's a pawn up, and white also has this weak pawn on c5.
Yes.
So
when you pile up with b1, I will just protect the
So
knight
actually,
and take
Tan really does need this win to stay ahead of Goryachkina.
Yes.
And after this round, it looks like the two of them are going to be ahead by quite a lot. Well, Tan will move to +3, Goryachkina to +2, and Logno will be on +1. And she might be the only +1 in the tournament. I think so.
Yes, because Vaishali fell back now.
Yeah. Vaishali and also Salimova is not going to get to +1 from this position. So, yeah, fast game today by Katerina Logno.
Oh, sorry, Vaishali was 50%. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I confused something.
I mean, Katerina won in under 3 hours today.
Yes. Okay, I think we should maybe take a break now and come back to
watch the exciting phase as the players enter the time trouble.
Certainly Tan-Muzychuk against Tan-Muzychuk and maybe something on the other side, Prague thing. So let's go for a break now and we'll see you back shortly.
We're here with none other than the chess queen herself, Alexandra Kostyniuk. How are you doing? When did you arrive in Toronto?
Hello, I'm doing fine. I arrived a few days ago.
And I think you probably know more than anyone what the pressure of the candidates is like. Former world champion, you played the last candidates. How do the players maintain the stress? How did you maintain the stress in such a long tournament?
Well, I think it's more. It depends on the player. I want to say it's very individual, and there are many possibilities to handle the stress. So you always have to look for one that works for you. And well, the best, I think, way to release the stress is just to, to the bar. I mean, just to the best way to release the stress is just to understand that even though it's an important tournament, of course, and the stakes are high, but it's still just a chess tournament. And okay, you can play well, you can play badly, but it's not, life. So you need to just open up a little bit. And I think that's the best way to release the tension and the pressure. Just to try to focus on the positive things and to play chess move by move. But even if things don't work out, understand that it's not the end of the world.
That's actually pretty interesting because we had a few interviews with the players before the tournament started, and I asked them what is the biggest difference for them between a regular tournament and the candidates. And a few of them had the same answer that said that with the candidates, only one spot matters, and that's whoever wins the tournament, so nothing else matters. Do you think that that could be a bit of a harmful mentality to have?
Again, it depends. If, some players, they just strive under pressure. They love this pressure. They it motivates them to play and fight and win. But for some, this extra pressure just completely makes them, freezes them. So it's really a very difficult and individual problem, and that's why I say that you have to understand what's better for you. I know, for example, that for myself, extra pressure brings up extra tension, and it just ruins my chess completely. So I really need to be as relaxed as possible, not thinking and caring about the result, because one of my best results in the career happened when I was completely relaxed for many reasons, and it just worked out pretty well. And in those tournaments where I had to qualify or I had to do something, it just didn't work. But I know some players that just need this pressure, that they want to, it motivates them. So it's very individual again.
And do you have any favorites for the tournaments in both the open and the women's sections?
In the open section, it was easier for me to name the favorites, while for the women one, I did a recap in Russian for one YouTube channel, and it was so hard to pick up just one or two players. So I picked 5 of them, but of course the 6th one is leading now. So I do respect all the participants so much that I think every single one of them, well, at least in the women's section, deserves to win. So it's really, for me, it's unbelievably difficult to say or to make a prediction who is gonna win.
And have you been following the games closely? Do you have a favorite game that you've seen so far?
Well, yes, I've been following them closely, especially the women's the women's section, because I'm making recaps on it every FIDE. Hard to pick just one. I know that in the men's section there were many brilliant games, and again in the women's section it's a little bit more emotional, I would say, as sometimes it goes up and down, but okay, still, I think it would be better to pick the best game once the tournament is over.
And will you be here for the remainder of the tournament?
Yeah. I'm here till the end.
And have you been to Toronto before? Have you explored a bit of the city? How do you find it?
No, it's my first time in Canada. I've never been to Canada before, and I had no actual idea what to expect. But okay, I walked quite a bit these 2 days that I'm here, and yeah, everyone was complaining. I mean, I was listening to the participants' interviews, and they were saying that the weather is horrific and it's impossible to handle. So I brought, the yeah. No, actually, I brought my winter stuff, and then I come here, and it's spring, and it's wonderful. And actually, it's my favorite time of the year when spring is coming after the winter. I mean, because not in every single country and part of the world you feel this change, this shift. And when you do feel it, when you feel that, okay, it's about to blossom and the green is about to appear, and I love it. It kind of inspires me also. So yeah, I'm enjoying Toronto a lot.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, that was a very nice interview by former women's world champion Alexandra Casten. So she's going to be here in Toronto until the end of the event. And yeah, just to clarify, she's not playing the tournament, but she is following it closely and doing recaps on the ladies' side. So talking about the ladies, we have Tan trying to win her third game in this tournament against Tan-Muzychuk. So she played e6. That was when we last saw the position. Anna played f6, trying to keep things closed. There was a sacrifice on h7, and I guess it was okay. By the way, we have a resignation.
Firouzja has resigned against
Firouzja versus Vidit. Yeah, he could no longer hold off the white d-pawn. And Vidit is probably feeling quite pleased as he gets to 50% with 4 decisive games out of 6 in his tournament. So he's probably the player with the most decisive games.
Yes.
And yeah, Firouzja escapes the stage quite quickly. So in this final position, basically the move knight c6 is coming, and there's not a whole lot to be done about that. Yeah, so, well, we knew that Vidit has been winning for quite a while, and I think overall it was still very clean. The only issue was him getting to the time control. So yeah, let's get back to see if Anna can hold on in her game against
rook
Tan.
takes f6 apparently is not working.
Yeah, and apparently Tan had a winning position here and played a very natural sacrifice, which is not actually winning. But Anna has only a minute and a half for all this complexity.
On the other hand, if she doesn't want to resign, she just has only moves.
So she has to do, yeah. Those only
bishop
moves
takes
are
f6.
what?
Wait, maybe bishop f6 is
Bishop f6.
playable. Yes, okay, so it is not only moves, sorry.
Right, so queen
f6.
takes and king h7, and somehow black is not losing here. Black is, for the moment, up a rook.
This means that if Goryachkina wins her pawn up endgame,
yeah,
she's actually catching up with Tan. So quite a dramatic development.
Well, Anna still needs to hold on here and not panic. Okay, she did take the rook.
Good.
It's a good start.
She's
being up a rook in the position with not an obvious checkmate. I mean, I guess we'll have to go back and see what the win was here, because she certainly didn't have to play this move. What could it have been, Vishy? Was it, I mean, bishop takes f6?
Okay,
maybe just taking with the bishop and keeping the rook on the board, and
7, and then is it some knight e7?
Knight e7 maybe. I mean, that seems to be.
So there is something stronger.
One of the winning lines, though.
Is it queen f7?
Maybe queen f7. Yeah, I was just thinking, and getting the rook to e8.
Oh, and just very simple, and rook e8. Yeah. But this is not trivial. Because you're entering.
Yeah, can you show us why this is winning?
I'm guessing knight d8, but.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it's a
okay.
good, it's an educated guess.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. So Tan actually had a pretty simple win, but she
And blew it
decides to
with
get
this.
fancy with rook takes f6. And that gives Anna a chance to survive. So bishop f6 is on the board.
Queen f6 has happened, has it?
Not yet.
No, she's thinking.
She's thinking. And Anna has a minute 22 seconds for this part of the game, so she's definitely still under a lot of pressure. But thankfully for her, she's going to be
She
up
has
a
7
rook.
moves left, but she has increments.
Yeah, she has increments.
So it's not quite as bad as all that.
Okay, well, how do you think, what do you think Tan's plan is here?
Yeah, what is the draw actually? Queen takes f6.
You don't think it's bishop takes f6?
Well, if king at 7, I have to play bishop g7. You play
Yeah.
bishop e6. I'm not even sure this is going well. Actually, the evaluation is dropping like a stone.
And maybe we just take here at some point. Like maybe even here, right?
Yes.
Like that, okay. So
it
you
has
have
to be
to take
queen
with the
takes
queen.
f6, king at 7.
King
And I think the
h7.
same knight e7 has to be somehow.
And the difference is, so let's think about what your threat is. Your threat is to take. And then like try to promote. So what is she gonna do? She can't move this rook there. There's a mate. I mean, there's some kind of rook g4 move, which I find interesting. There's
Rook
bishop
g8 to g4. Oh, a4
yeah,
to g4.
I was looking at this one, but like there's bishop e6 actually, isn't there? Isn't there like this? And taking an important pawn, covering f5.
Okay, rook takes e6. Okay, it's already dropping a bit. It's not quite equal.
I guess I'll
Maybe it
take.
recovers, and then queen takes e6. Is that? No, then it's already lost apparently. Okay.
Somehow
Maybe
block.
queen. No, queen f5 check. You have rook g6. That's just kind of the problem. Oh, I get it. Rook g6 and now knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5. Wow. I mean, if we count the material, white only has a bishop for 2 rooks. And
Apparently,
somehow this
white is
equal.
barely making a draw in these lines. It's
Right.
The turnaround is insane. So rook f6 was really
Wow.
a blunder,
I mean,
massive blunder.
that's huge, isn't it? Because, you know, first of all, let's talk about her time situation. She had tons of time.
20 minutes, seconds
Yeah,
too.
even more than that. Oh, yeah, actually, she had 20 minutes. Yeah, I spent 3 minutes on this move, or 2 minutes. And now, you know, she gave Anna kind of an obvious recapture. And now she's lost in thought. So very strange thing that happened. I mean, I even wonder if she, I don't know, if she was intending to take with the bishop, but accidentally took with the rook, although as an accident, it doesn't really happen in this situation, does it?
That's very weird.
So there's that. What, by the way, Humpy also is under 2 minutes. Let's take a look. But her position is more stable.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I have bishop takes g6, I can never be in trouble.
Yeah, they have like little pieces on the board, and so even though she doesn't have a lot of time, it's not a big deal. Meanwhile, we have Salimova, who is kind of making a comeback in this game. She was just down a pawn, but now it appears like not so bad because this pawn is kind of hard to exploit. I guess Vichy, like knight f6.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know whether to go to b6 or c7, but I'm guessing
Let's go
c7 is better.
c7.
Yeah, and then rook a6.
And then why are we not suffering at all here?
Maybe
Down
just
a
king
pawn.
g2, g3, and you're saying that it's no big deal.
That you can basically like not really improve the knight or the king, and that we can just sort of sit on this position, yeah?
Yes.
Apparently there's something else
She went rook a1 check, by
than
the
king
way.
g2. Okay. Sure. I guess she wants to have a more active rook
Yes.
defending the c6 pawn.
So now she'll go knight f6.
Oh, by the way, Tan has made her move. Queen f6. King h7
97.
and knight e7. So now we're expecting Anna to find
Bishop
bishop
E6.
e6. Well, Anna does need a little bit of luck in this tournament. You know, she's had a couple of big missed opportunities. So maybe this is that luck coming back. Are there other moves in this issue? This one feels very natural. I really, really want to get that bishop into the game. Well, why don't we look at this one for fun?
Queen f5, maybe?
And I mean, I'm just curious, like, why this is all completely and utterly losing.
So knight d5, you'll go rook f8.
So she is under a minute. She's getting under 30 seconds now. I mean, fortunately, the most obvious move is the right move for her. So she plays bishop e6. All right, let's see. I think she's reaching for that bishop. We had a little, no.
Rook
She actually
e4.
went for a different move. Rook
And that is
e4.
lost now. That is lost now.
Oh, wow, the complexities of chess. She goes for this one.
Okay, so
Wow, massively losing, right?
yes. Yeah.
Okay, so where's the win? Why is this? Oh, she plays instantly.
Yeah.
Rook takes.
And here it is. Knight takes e4, knight takes g8. And that's it. It's winning. You see it. It's quite prosaic.
Okay, so knight takes e4, knight takes g8, queen takes g8.
Queen f7 check. And the pawn is beyond reach.
That's incredible. That's incredible. No, we're going to see that, aren't we? So knight takes g8, and the hilarious thing is that you can't even take the queen because of knight takes.
And queen
so,
g8 is the only move which avoids mate on g7, and now just queen
right,
f7,
and then you go here, you force this, and you promote your pawn.
What a turnaround.
That is pretty crazy. Yeah, she's going for it. She sees that very fast. But I don't know why Anna, I mean, of course, in time trouble, you know, you can do absolutely anything, but still, you know, you sort of feel that bringing in the bishop into the game is kind of safe. You're covering the bigger squares. I mean, at least it's like, it doesn't feel like, why should it be losing, does it?
Whom the gods want to punish, they first drive mad. That's what always happens in chess.
I mean, because here we were still like looking for the draw for white, right?
Yes.
And
now
it wasn't even something very easy.
Has she played queen f7? No, not yet. Oh, she's just played knight g8, and now I think it's hitting Anna that
knight g8 is on the board. Yeah, that's very, very sad. I mean,
on the other hand, it would really been a tragedy for Tan Zhongyi not to win this. It's always a tragedy for someone.
We're getting a lot of decisive games early on in the day today. You know, we have one game ended in a draw, 2 games are over. Vidit winning and Logno winning. Now we're going to have Tan winning. I mean, that is
well, let's see. I mean, queen f7 is not difficult, but
yeah, it's on the board. Yeah, that's it. That pawn promotes, and then Anna stops the clock. Oh.
And you see the irony. She actually played knight e4, attacking the queen, putting that f pawn beyond reach. I mean, if she had played d4, this thing wouldn't work in this form.
Yeah.
So
that means that Anna actually goes to a -2 score. Yeah, she's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah.
Well, let's actually, maybe come back to this game later, but for now, let's take a look at what is going on between Humpy and Lei, because there's still some time until they make move 40. And Humpy
is almost getting better for white, no? Because that king is a little bit soft. No, e4 is probably just a draw, but
yeah, like e4 here, opening the bishop, and
bishop e4 is forced, and then it's just a
knight takes, and black is
Queen
fine.
e8,
Yeah, so we
yeah.
do expect a draw in this game. Okay, let's go and see some of the action in the open between Gukesh and
Hikaru,
Naka.
yeah.
We haven't checked in a while. We knew Hikaru was doing fine. Is he doing better than fine, is the question. He's very comfortable. His pawn structure is ideal for the dark squared bishop, and white's bishop is more passive.
Yes, but first of all, rook c1, I think is, you're never going to be in a position where you can take on b4 without allowing me to take on c6. Second, I don't even know if rook a4 or rook a5 is insufficient. It looks fine for me.
I think
He's
he
gone
played rook c1. Yeah, and so basically the point is he's indirectly guarding the b4 pawn, because if Hikaru tries to take it now, everything gets liquidated like this. And it's going to be a draw with the move f4. Okay, so it still looks like we're in the drawing zone here, Vishy.
Let's see Prague-Abasov. That's actually still in play, I think.
Okay, still some edge for Prague.
Pretty microscopic, but it's there.
Who has played f6, bishop f4.
And he's gone rook bd1.
Yeah, and apparently
which
that
wasn't the
move
best, again.
dropped some of the advantage.
Maybe it's rook h1. Maybe white is trying to go down the h file.
Yeah.
That was it.
So that was the engine's first choice, rook h1, but he goes for rook to d1, and now he's only a little bit better. So he's not even up a pawn here. But black has a hard time moving this bishop. I don't know if this bishop is ever going to move in this game. What do you think black could be doing here? Does he want to take on f6? Is that legal?
No, but it loses. Knight f6, h5, f4.
Ah, that's it. Yeah, you don't want to take here because you're walking into that fork.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, I'm trusting
What about rook a8?
Rook a8.
Yeah, so that when you come rook d8, I can play bishop f5 and my rooks can reconnect.
Wow, pretty deep. So you're saying that, like, okay, he actually just made a move. And
but it seemed more
rook
lateral,
c7.
maybe rook c7.
Yeah,
but then rook d8, what is he doing? What is the move after rook d8? Because I'm threatening takes and rook d8. Oh, just takes and king h7, and the bishop is protected now.
That is Abasov's idea.
So I hope he didn't play rook d8 yet. No. So that's just our thought.
Yeah. Okay, so rook c7 makes sense. Any other tries for white? I mean, because things are...
What about rook h1 now? Hang on, what about rook h5? You take on f6, and I don't have the h5 square for a check. But I can fork you on d5. Try this, rook h5. Because then I take a knight d5. And that is winning.
That's winning, yeah.
So instead, after rook h5, what do you play?
Okay, let's think slowly. You're threatening to checkmate me. I need some kind of answer to that. I mean, I can always...
c6.
So rook c6, rook h1, and you want to take
bishop
an
Oh, yeah, I can take on f6.
It's very sharp, yeah, rook c6, but okay. Rook here.
gf6.
Yeah, and then, I mean, there was this, but that's...
Then you're tied down, but I'm also tied down, to be honest.
It's kind of interesting, yeah, that one. Or you could try
gf6,
taking...
yes. It seems to have jumped a bit, but...
Like, check. But that's not really the problem, yeah? Somehow black survives this. So what could it be?
Maybe knight d3 now.
To suddenly start attacking this bishop, yeah.
I mean, I still don't see why bishop b8 doesn't work, but...
But white is winning somehow.
Oh, rook h8, rook h7. Just let's do this. Rook h8. Rook h7. But that's not it. It seems to spoil everything. Okay. So let's go back.
So this position is like not winning for white, yeah?
Yeah, no, I wanted something else. One sec. Come back. And I wanted rook h8.
I think rook h8, I'm not sure that that's the move already.
No, it isn't. So we'll figure out what's wrong with it in a second.
Yeah,
so king g7, rook 1 h7. King g6, rook h6, king g7, rook 8 h7, king g8, and now I thought b5. But maybe even bishop f5 kills it. I don't know, but ab5 might just work fine.
So what was your idea? You
Knight
wanted to
b4,
go
knight d5.
b4,
I was
knight
trying to give
d5.
mate, but fantasy land.
Wow.
Yeah, forget it. I think now bishop f5 actually works. This is horrible. Yes. Okay. That's that would not be a good idea.
Okay.
But there was something strong after without the checks.
Right here. So something about getting rid of that bishop was good. So is it just rook h6?
Maybe it's knight takes f6, rook h8, f8, and then the second rook doing the same. But I have to be careful about a bishop b7 check.
Ah, like this move you're looking at. But there's bishop
b7. So I can do a second check with the other rook. And now take on an f8. You give bishop b7 check. I go king g1. You take on h7. I take on b8.
But black is doing okay here.
Yes. No, this is not what I intended at all.
Yeah.
I wanted to play against the dark squared bishop, not the light squared one. Okay, so
we're still searching for the elusive win here for white. So like if we go here, you're just playing king g7.
Or bishop f5, maybe?
Maybe even that, yeah. Don't want to allow that. What about rook c5? That just walks into...
It's +2. It's not some small...
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay.
And anyway, after rook c5, I'm not even sure after bishop b7, you're in
Right.
good shape because of the diagonal.
Well, this one's pretty hard to break down. Let's see, I mean, how much time Prague has. He has less than 7 minutes. Less than 7 minutes for this.
4 moves.
Really, for 8 moves.
Oh, sorry, we're deep in some variation, right?
Yeah, for 8 moves. So they're on move 32. And it's a pretty critical stage of the game for him, actually. Compared to him, Abasov has a lot of time. Okay, he makes a decision. And he goes rook to d4. So for going to play on the h file, he just goes here. Computer likes this move. Rook to d4. So what is the main idea of it? By the way, he got up from the board despite not having a lot of time.
I go rook c6, then it's knight d6 clearly. I mean, I'm using the fact that I'm attacking a bishop as well. So, knight d6,
you're saying this is
it's
sort
an
of the
advantage
idea.
again. I mean, something.
Because of the passive remaining pieces that black's going to have.
Yes. So instead of knight d6, instead of rook c6, what could he do? Bishop c1 maybe? This it doesn't like at all.
Maybe knight d6 anyway.
But then I thought I'll go bishop b2 takes f6.
Ah.
Oh, but bishop t2, b2 you get fg7. So you're just in time with that.
So maybe we try. It's a possibility. There might even be something better, according to the computer.
Rook d8.
And then we take here.
And knight d6 wins. Bishop is actually trapped.
Wow, bishop is trapped. That would be quite ironic if this bishop never got a chance.
Wait,
to move
bishop
in this game.
a3, what happens? Ah, just knight c8.
Maybe we have something better. Should we take on g7?
Ah, and knight e8 check, of course.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Okay. So rook d4 actually seems like a pretty tricky move by Prague.
Yes.
I like it. I mean,
how
white,
is, oh, okay. Nijat has 18 minutes, so he's very comfortable.
yeah, white centralization in this position is very impressive.
Yes.
Because, I mean, this is how the knights can fight against the bishops when they have the outposts in the center. That's why it's working out pretty well, and also the beautiful centralization of the rooks on the open file. So right now, this bishop is a bit of an issue for black, and the other one can't even move. So, I mean, these moves, like trying to bring pieces into the game, don't really work at all, do they?
I guess knight d6,
Or
bishop d6,
even-
rook d6, and I get my dark square domination.
Yeah.
That was
Actually,
the smallest possible advantage. So there
one
was something
second.
much bigger.
How about
Rook d8
rook
maybe.
d8? Oh, wow. We're finding a lot of moves that are giving up white's advantage here. So let's
Knight
find
d3.
a move that doesn't. Can it be that tricky backwards move again? Wow.
Yeah.
That's so tricky. One of the hardest moves to see in chess is that knight move backwards. And then this bishop turns out to be the target. And so if he goes, yeah, once he leaves that square, then knight d6 is the problem, right?
Sure.
Then we can expect stuff like that to get quite painful. By the way, it is a very photogenic position here on the board, right?
Yes,
I don't think
that's true.
you've probably never seen something like that, right? Yeah, I don't think I have. Okay,
Well, I've had a position on with Boris where we had 8 pieces on the d file.
8 pieces on the
4
D
each.
file. Wow.
So
Yeah, that's very beautiful. So, all right, let's see. Of course, you know, Prague's time situation means it's going to be kind of hard for him to play very precisely. We also have a little bit of action in Humpy's game. She's about to make time control, but there's some imbalance.
oh, she's lost a pawn and now she's in trouble.
Yeah, she has lost a very important A pawn.
And what's worse, bishop c5 check, and I can just play a5 without waiting.
Right.
And suddenly that pawn is rushing up the board.
Wow. So Humpy going from an equal position to a losing
To
position
just
in
lost.
time trouble.
Yes, something went horribly wrong there.
So bishop c5, kind of an obvious
Let's go to move
check.
36. Something went horribly wrong there.
It was,
Knight f5.
you don't
Just
like
allowing
knight
knight
f5.
b5. She could just go king g1 and after bishop g7.
Because
she could
basically
go
nothing
knight-
was happening in this position, really,
Maybe
right?
she was afraid of king g7 f6. Maybe that's what bothered her.
Yeah, but so she could have gone here and just moved her bishop back, right?
I mean, as long as you bring the king closer, you...
Yeah, I mean, I guess she thought this king was getting a bit active, but it probably just doesn't really matter that
Yes.
much. Or
Or bishop e2, stopping knight b5 and getting into
stopping
drawing
king
territory.
e5, right? Because you have knight c4.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, every time you can trade those knights, it's just a draw. Okay, so Humpy did what instead? She played knight f5, and of course, this did not lead to the trade of knights. It actually led to her, like, getting her pieces stuck, right? And the queenside
could-
pawns falling.
She could still have tried knight g3, knight takes e3, knight takes e4, but knight a2, and that's also...
That was still her best chance. Okay, giving up the pawns like this.
But I don't know, knight a2 still looks pretty depressing.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it would have been looking very dangerous to give black those connected passers. So then she decides to go c4.
And then she's just lost the a pawn. The problem for her is this pawn on c4 is a millstone around her neck. It will sometimes make it impossible for the white bishop to control the a2 square. So the c4 pawn is the only pawn, but it's even a handicap in many lines. I think now knight c3 and a4, and it should be resigns pretty fast.
So if knight c3 here,
Oh, no, wait.
Maybe you
Here
wanna
everything
throw
comes
in-
back just in time. Maybe just a4 and a3.
just like that, just push.
Yeah, that keeps most
If
of it. Yeah.
knight takes, just
A3.
push. So
That's-
there's really no way I can stop that. Yeah, and that's what she's going for. She's
Well, you
going for
replace
a4.
c5, but I take with the bishop, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a very disappointing game for Humpy, losing such an equal end game just in the last minutes before the time control.
Yes. Let's go back to Prague.
Okay, Prague. Yeah, that's a very interesting one.
He's gone rook c6. That was a mistake because of knight d3, right?
Knight d3, right? But we still.
Oh no,
have to find that.
not. I thought we saw rook c6.
I think we did. It's just that we saw this knight d3 idea.
But he's gone knight d6 instead?
He's got knight d6.
Which is
Maybe
also quite
maybe we
reasonable.
also saw that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we're hitting the bishop. He's going to have to take, right? Or not. But if we get to this position, it looks like this is
G takes f6.
kind of.
And is it rook knight takes a6?
Is it maybe a lot better for us? Or should
Oh, then I
we,
go bishop b7 check and maybe.
should we maybe take this one first? Or should we be going something else entirely, like king to g3? How about king to g3?
King
King
g7.
g3 loses a lot of our advantage.
Because knight a6, rook h8, and I'm getting a check, and all these problems.
You're activating your rook in time.
Sure.
So what is the move that I'm supposed to?
There's some really big, maybe a4.
It would be very surprising. This would be a very difficult move to make. It is the right move, but it's
But
very
why? If
hard.
King g7? What is the point?
Probably a5.
Okay, go for it. And I go rook h8. It's just great.
So it's not even a5. It's something else.
b5. I'm just collecting the piece, but then I have 2 pawns. No, that's not great either.
Maybe knight a6 finally?
Yes. Yeah, and apparently now, but not before.
Right, so we need the pawn closer and the inclusion of king
Why was it
g7.
not working before? Okay, we'll get to it later, but it wasn't
Yeah.
working before because knight a6, I mean, if king g7, a4 is a transposition. So what is the great move? f5? No, that's...
No, maybe bishop b7.
It's king g3, of course.
Maybe there's rook a8 or something. Are there any ideas of that? Because that could be one reason
b5.
why.
Then you want to go what, f5?
Yeah. Of course, this is actually looking pretty good for white.
I just go rook b6. Oh, this is looking good. So it's not f5, but there's something better than f5.
else.
It can't be king g7 because I just take on g4 for free. Bishop f3 or something. But why would
But
such
then
a
why would
horrible
rook
move?
a8, b5 be useful? Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, I think Gukesh and Naka finished their game. It ended actually in that kind of rook endgame of 4 against 4. And they agreed to the draw on move 40. So Gukesh stays in the lead with Nepo on +2. Caruana is going to be on +1. And Naka is still on 50%, along with Vidit now. And we're going to see the one remaining game in the open section is this fascinating endgame between Prague and Abasov. And can Prague squeeze out a win in this one? But I think everything is going on course for you to make the concert tonight.
Yes.
Do you see how many games have finished already, Vishy?
Yes. There's just, what, 1 game left or 2?
There's hardly any. There's 1 in the open and 2 in the women, but we know Humpy is not doing well. And the only game there that we can take a look at is between Salimova and Goryachkina.
Oh, but this might drag on a while.
This might. This might, because Goryachkina is up a pawn here. And eventually she'll try to use that c-pawn. Maybe not so easy because d5 would get attacked. But right now, what do you think? King g3?
Well, I have to, right?
Yeah, I don't see any other way to defend that pawn.
And then what happens if you go knight e8? Trying to reroute that knight. King g3, knight e8. That dropped. Whatever advantage we had apparently, but why is it e4?
Oh wow, that'd be very surprising, right?
Yeah. No, that actually increased the disadvantage. Okay, let's see.
But there's not a clear path to
Knight
equality
d6
here.
is a threat, right? Yeah.
So after knight d6, what do you want?
Knight f5.
And then just kind of have a better placed knight, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still very unpleasant for white. Abasov's still thinking. Humpy has made the time control, and she is pondering what to do against this a pawn. So right now she's down a pawn, and let's just look at some lines. So
But
she
there just doesn't
takes,
seem to be anything that she can do.
right, so this pawn just keeps going, and we have like no way to even really approach it because the bishop can
Bishop
always
c5 check and knight b1 and knight c1 is over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, since we have a little bit of time, why don't we see Logno scored a very important victory? Why don't we hear what she has to say?
Katerina Logno with her first win in the tournament. She just defeated Vaishali. How do you feel after the first win?
Well, of course, it feels great.
So today she took the piece, and probably after that her position completely collapsed. Can you tell us more? Were there any more key moments in the game?
Yes, I think when already when she took the piece on before, I don't think she can hold this position, so it probably lost. Maybe she should have played something like rook e3, but I think also queen d1, bishop f1, and there is knight c2. So should be already good for me. I don't know winning, but I thought that at least I have initiative, and she has to solve the problems. So she probably played too fast d4 in the opening, and then I don't think I have any problems. So just I took on c3 on d4 and have an easy play.
Well, this is your first win, but you had a lot of promising positions in the previous games. So how did you manage to finally break the spell of you had a couple of winning positions, I think, that you didn't win?
Well, actually, the main thing, you should be precise. When you have the advantage of winning position, it's not the end. So I wasn't, and that's why I didn't win. So I just tried to improve and to stay calm. So that's all.
But do you feel like this game finally broke the spell, and now you are in a positive, track going forward?
No, I mean, when you win, you're always in a positive track. So, but still a lot of games to play, and just I will keep concentrate myself. So.
All right, thank you, Katerina. Good luck in the next games.
Well, we've got one game continuing in the open section. That's between Prague and Abasov. So we're going to keep an eye on this one until they at least make the time control.
There are two ideas. One is I could just play a4 here, threatening b5, tapping that rook. The second idea I saw is also knight d3 is working.
So basically one idea is sort of trying to attack
this
the
doesn't
bishop.
seem to affect anything.
Actually, I think he did go, he went for knight takes c8.
Okay. And if
So
rook
he took
takes
that
c8,
bishop, that
yeah.
was not the best. And Abasov responded with rook f c8, rook d8.
And now it's a draw. I mean, the evaluation has dropped. To
Yeah, it's a
0.
little hard to understand what he's going for because he's kind of letting this king out, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think is the idea here? So rook takes king h7. What could he be doing?
Maybe he wanted to go rook a8.
Rook a8 wants to win this pawn. But somehow, it does feel like he's... like also this pawn is hanging.
Yeah, but then I play rook a6. Well, okay, he'll go rook f5, right? Yeah. So I think Prague has missed
taking
any
the pawn
chances.
is not...
It's not a good thing. So
Not the best. So what could black be doing here? Is
maybe
it
bishop c1.
bishop c1, yeah.
No, that's also huge.
Maybe a4? And then rook a6. Yes. Because then when you start attacking my pawn, I can just defend it by taking, and using the knight. So okay, right now their position on the board is with king h7. Here it is. So Prague.
Let's just go back and see if there was a mistake. Okay, let's just see the timestamp.
Yeah, he is going for rook a8. Yep. And he's got 2 moves left to make. But how does Abasov hold this? I mean, because rook f6 is apparently not the best move. I think
maybe rook d6 d2.
This one
maybe
was
rook
not
d6 d2.
the best one either.
Yeah, rook d6 d2. And we're going for counterplay and have g3 and all this. Yes, that's it. Because I have nothing to fear after king g6 over there.
Yeah,
the rook
these
is in the
pawns are
back.
too slow, right?
But
This
wait,
bishop
rook
is
takes
so
a6.
powerful.
Rook takes a6. What does he go? Here. Now I go knight e4. Oh, and you just go rook b2 and king g6 and you wait. I can't play a4 b5 very easily.
And so why is this move not good?
I thought I come to g3.
You would just rather go
And then
here.
you move to b4. That might also work.
Yeah. And did he do it though?
He took on f6.
Oh, he took an f6. Okay. Well, that is the sliver of a chance for
And he's gone rook
Prague.
f5. And apparently there is something strong
Right.
here.
Apparently now this is good for Prague. Well, because obviously the rook is not great on f5.
Must be knight. Could it be knight e4? Or could it be a4?
Well, what does
But
black
a4 you
want?
have bishop d2. Yeah. Sorry?
What do you think black is wanting to do here? Like, what's their next move? Is it just this? And they trying
Yes.
to get back?
Wouldn't it be?
To
Yeah, because the
activity?
same plan, but without the pawn on f6.
Right.
Okay, I think this is going to be dramatic.
So which move are we gonna bet on here for white?
What about knight e4? It doesn't seem to spoil the advantage.
Yeah, there's some ideas of winning that pawn. Some ideas also maybe of trading. Do
Yeah,
we
rook
want to
a5.
trade?
I can actually trade with rook a5, the rooks, because you will not be able to come back in time. So I'll win the bishop for the pawn, for the first pawn.
So
and
it's
spare the second
interesting,
one.
you know, because it's very hard to resist this move, right? Vishy, like
Yes.
taking that pawn. But in fact, the pawn should have been left alone and the rook activated. And that is not a simple thing for Abasov, but he didn't really stop very long to think about this moment. He just snatched that pawn. And here we are after rook f5, and we're waiting for Prague's 40th move. He has 1 move left to make in the 2 minutes. He's probably feeling pretty satisfied to even reach this position with the 2 connected passed pawns on the queen side. And if he goes a4, does that spoil things? Apparently it really does.
Maybe rook d5, d2.
Yeah, so there's that counterplay coming. Is there,
It would
I
have
don't know, is there rook e5? I mean, I don't know if there's any,
maybe knight d3 is awkward.
yeah. Why would we bother with that? So what else could black do here other than rook d5? Oh, it's bishop d2 maybe.
Again, yeah.
Yeah, because right now the pawn cannot move forward, so we're using the little tactics in the position.
In fact, it's over because knight d3, rook d5. So it's in fact, it shuts the thing down.
Right, so you don't want to blunder like that.
So
Basically,
it has to be, well, now the question is, does Prague find knight e4 or not? I don't believe there are multiple ways to win here, right? Maybe rook c6 keeps some advantage, I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, there's no point to knight d3 and like allowing rook d5, right? I mean,
yes.
Why bother going into these kinds of positions? So yeah, knight e4 makes a lot of sense. Now he's down to under a minute.
Also, knight d3, maybe bishop d2 keeps things just in play. I have rook f3 somewhere, some stuff going on.
That you can.
No, this makes it big. Maybe rook d6 is good. Okay, all moves are tricky still.
Yeah, it's a big decision for him.
But he's to 30 seconds, but he gets to make his 40th move now.
Okay, he's reaching for the knight. And he's going to move it to d7, which is kind of similar to what we were looking at. So,
oh, his thing is after king f6, he just wants to go rook a5 and swap the rooks. And that is, but wait a minute. Now let me go king g7.
Yeah.
Apparently rook a5 is very strong. But I was wondering what happens if I just go king
Oh,
g6.
that's what he wants. He wants to control that square with the knight.
That's fine, but I play king g6.
Let's show people that if there's a rook trade, then that pawn is actually unstoppable. The knight is doing a great job of supporting it.
But I wanted to play king g6.
I think it's kind of easy to blunder with king g7, isn't it? Like king g7 is one of the most obvious moves in the position.
But there are no other moves. If you go rook b5, I can even play rook b6, pushing you back, or I can play rook a5 with the same. You have to go rook b7, and then I go knight f6 takes g4, and
so king g7
and rook a5 is winning. But why not? Why king g6?
King
What's the win?
g6. But you don't think I can just? So if I trade with you,
Maybe it's a4, and I don't have a useful move.
yeah, I can't.
Ah, that's it. It's a4. Isn't that beautiful?
That you're like basically, yeah, telling me I have no moves at all with this rook.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, so that's it. So after knight d7, he has to jump to b5. He has no choice. Oh, then this knight d7 is much better than knight e4, because if knight e4,
Well, it's
black still had rook
tricky.
e5, right? So this seems to
Ah,
remove
so
all
you're
the...
saying also the point of this move. Well, yeah, in both situations they wouldn't have rook d5. Yeah.
So rook b5 is the only game in town. And now maybe I play rook b6. I push you back to f5.
Well, apparently there's something here that's there's still some game in town.
Bishop c7.
But from how hard it has
Oh, but
been
then
to
rook
find
f6,
it,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, so is this the threat, Vishy? Are we just trying to go for that pawn or not?
No, rook a5 is the threat, right?
Rook a5. Okay,
Yeah.
so you just want to trap the rook. So in that case, maybe it's bishop c1,
That was it.
right? Because we want to then give our rook this square. So that's a bit tricky. There's a lot of ways for Abasov to go wrong at this moment on the critical 40th move. So bishop c1, that way if we offer you the trade, you just say no. And somehow you're fine.
Yeah, so instead of that, you'll probably have to cash in your pawn now.
Cash in, knight f6, king g7, knight
That takes
g4. And, you know, it's still a game, but white is up a pawn and has good chances to be winning this, right? So Prague's move, I mean, what can we say? That we do like knight d7. It was a little different from knight e4, but they're maybe comparable.
Yeah.
Especially in practical strength, because bishop c1 is not that easy to find. And Abasov is now under 2 minutes as well.
Also, knight e4, could you have played bishop c1? I don't know.
Yeah, let's look at that. If we would have gone here, what's the difference, right?
Maybe rook a5, and now if rook
Rook
f3,
f3.
knight g... No, knight g5 is kind of weak.
Yeah,
It's kind of lame.
there's something else here.
Maybe the same knight f6 takes g4.
You think so? I think it must be something else.
After bishop c1, can I go a4?
Right here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c1, a4.
I mean, I'm threatening b5, b6. I was just wondering.
I need to do something active with this rook. But, I mean, I don't know, rook f3? That doesn't seem to do it, huh? All right, well, Abasov, he's getting ready to make his move. He's under 1 minute now. Shall we just wait for this to play out, Vishy?
Yes.
Such a key moment in their game, isn't it?
Yeah.
This has been a very good fight, actually.
Very impressive by both of them.
Yeah. And it's our only game going in the open section. We have this win by Vidit, where he was winning basically from the opening and then converted as he made the time control. And the other two games were kind of tamer affairs, especially the most tame affair was Nepo versus Caruana. Hikaru equalized quite easily with the black pieces against Gukesh. And he went
He's gone king g7, and after rook a5, it is resigned.
That's it.
That's it.
Well, you see, there's a thing in chess that's called like making the natural move. And king g7 was just so natural, stopping the check on f6.
I suspect he's made the same mistake that I initially made, which is that he thinks rook a5, king f g6,
Yeah.
and then the king comes. But I don't think he understands how helpless it is that a4 and black has no moves.
But you know what is really cool for Prague is that obviously he played the move knight d7, like trying to cut off this bishop. So he knows rook a5 is on the cards. And so he must be so thrilled to see that now this rook is not going to be able to escape the trade. I mean, he'll be working this out, but I don't think it's going to take him too long to play rook a5. And you know, this is kind of where we're seeing Nijat make mistakes, right? He actually usually has more time than his opponents.
He's defending well, but the thing is, the best defender is one who only defends occasionally. If you defend all the time, the blunders come anyway, because defending is an incredibly arduous process.
Yeah.
And Nijat has been defending incessantly with the black pieces.
Right, right. So
even with the white pieces, he defended a couple of times.
Against
Firouzja, for instance, so on.
yeah.
So it's work, and the mistakes will come. So I think his problem is he's not been able to impose his play. In the World Cup, he managed quite a lot of beautiful wins, but here he's just not getting that space. And if you're suffering all the time, you can be a great defender. I mean, I used to defend well, but when by the time we get to the fourth defense of a tournament, you start dropping a point here and there. So, oof.
Well, that's pretty good advice, Vishy. So your advice is don't be defending all the time.
It's not so much advice. You should be trying. Obviously, defense is to stop you losing a game. You should be winning some as well. So, I mean that any tournament where you're taxing your defensive skills, you will make unexpected mistakes.
Yeah. And I mean, that's where he has been faltering, right?
Sure.
Like we're
always quite late in the game.
Yes.
Then it drops.
Yeah, I mean, basically he holds it quite even. Like
he was drawing to what, 2 moves before the end with Gukesh?
Yes.
Or 3?
Yes.
He was drawing with Caruana by not liquidating down to this lost rook f1, rook f5, and so on.
And he actually said that his game against Caruana he was quite satisfied with and thought that it was one of his best games in the tournament, at least a few rounds ago.
Okay, rook
a5 is on the board.
Like it. Yes.
Yep.
And he's going to play king g6 instantly.
Yep.
And now a4 will hit like a hammer blow.
So let's explain to people why a4 is so powerful. Because basically, you know, you don't want to trade right away as white because the black king is going to be...
harass the knight.
Yeah, coming in too fast, right? Like your pawns don't really get to move anywhere before the black king arrives. So what you're doing is you're making a very useful pawn move with a4. Black still cannot escape anywhere with the rook. And at some point, like let's say he moves the bishop somewhere, then we can probably take, and just push the pawn. Very primitive plan.
But you can't, the bishop can't come to d4, can't go anywhere. A6.
Yeah, this knight is like, was dominating like all the squares that the bishop can use to stop the pawn. So it's quite beautiful. So basically, after a4, it's just that Nijat is out of moves. Because at some point we do take and just push the a pawn, which is a lot harder for the black king to reach.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be out of the square of the pawn. And like going here
then
is not going to help.
A5 and yes.
Yeah, it's just basically that the black king doesn't reach this pawn. Oh wait, and if they attack,
A6.
Still a6.
That's it.
That's amazing that white wins by 1 move.
So knight d7, see my knight, what was it? E4
yeah.
controls the c5 square, but not the b8 one. The knight d7 of Prague controls both squares, and so what has a4 happened?
a4 is on the board, yeah. Oh, and it happens to Nijat again. So,
this is awful. I mean, the worst thing is, for a minute you think it's over, you've saved it. You get up and you come back and then you realize it's gone
yeah,
again.
and he just played g3, I think, because there's not much else for him to do. I don't know, I guess we could take, but maybe he's trying to get the e3 square for the bishop.
But wait, so g3, let me play rook takes f5, king f5, a5.
Yeah.
gf2, sorry. a6, bishop e3, and knight c5. Knight c5, knight c5, and then it's game over. So that's it.
So there's lots of ways for white to win. So we're going to be having 2 decisive games in the open section, and Prague is going to be climbing to +1.
Prague is on +1 along with Fabiano.
Fabiano.
So 2 leaders and 2 +1s.
Yes.
Right behind them.
Yeah.
And Vidit is back to 50%.
So definitely, I mean, well, the Indian players are doing very well in this tournament. There's one tied for first, one who's going to be tied for second, and one who is in the 3rd position.
Sure.
So we can actually watch this game for a few more minutes as it ends. Yes, indeed, the trade on F5 happened, and Prague just played A5.
Okay, so we might as well see it till the resignation.
Yeah, I mean, the black pawns are not really going anywhere. So white just literally pushes a pawn on every single turn now. That's the line that we went down. G takes F2, and now just playing
A6.
A6.
And
yeah, white's pawns are more effective than black's. That's it. So Prague is not hesitating at all. I mean, it was a good fight. Definitely a good game. I think Najat brought some interesting ideas as well in trying to defend that position.
Yes, but somehow he ends up with the last mistake, and that is the problem for him.
Well, he has less room for error. That's really what it is, isn't it? As the side that is defending the worst positions, it's like his opponents, when they're messing up, they're only getting it to equal, right? And when he's messing up, it's like the end. And so this is, I guess, the part where Magnus was saying, you know, that this is where things snowball. When the lowest rated player starts losing games, it just keeps going. But, you know, on the other hand, I feel like still he played a decent game, and it's a little bit of a different story than, let's say, the Firouzja game.
Yeah. Also, let's be clear. Prague has been poorly rewarded for his thing, and so he's been trying day after day.
Yeah.
He had this great position against Jan yesterday.
Yeah.
So he's getting the payback for being close to a win.
Yeah.
And full credit to him for how he's fighting.
Yeah. So basically what's happening today is a replay of what happened yesterday with both Abasov and Firouzja losing. Just it's not quite going down to the wire as it did.
Well, Firouzja didn't go down to the wire, but Nijat.
You know, I don't feel like Nijat dropped his level compared to his other games in this one. You know, he just played at his level. Firouzja's game was a bit different, I think.
Yes, he was.
That felt like, as you said, more of like a tilted performance. Because yeah, he was just losing after 13 moves. So that's not something you typically are seeing.
Okay, he's resigned.
Yeah. All right, so we got our open section results complete for the day. 2 decisive games. Continues to be a very fighting tournament. And really, the youngsters are performing very well here.
Yes.
So we have 2 games going in the women, but before we go on a break, let's take a look at them. We have Humpy, who is about to, I guess I would say, resign. Because I don't see how she's dealing with that A-pawn. Black simply wants to take it, take the bishop.
So
and
bishop,
promote.
I'll show the line, I think, which is going to happen. It's bishop C2, A2,
A2,
knight
and
B3,
knight B3.
bishop A3,
Yeah.
king E3, let's say, bishop B2, and then knight A4, knight C5, and the pawn queens.
Like you're not even gonna promote the pawn.
No, I'm not.
You're simply gonna trade off the knight. Yeah. Sure, and then you'll promote. So okay, it seems pretty clear that Lei is going to take this game. We do have these moves on the board. Knight B3.
Let's see what if Gorechkin is making some progress.
Oh, sorry. by Humpy and Gorechkina's game. All right, let's take a look.
And apparently she's now winning.
She's completely winning, and this bishop is entombed on H3. How is this completely winning? So apparently this was a really bad move. Bishop H3. Why was that so bad?
Could it be knight F6?
Is she just coming to E4 and winning that pawn? I think so.
Wait, knight F6, I go rook G7. Knight
Rook
e4.
G7.
Rook g6
Yeah,
check.
we're trying to checkmate.
Yes, king f7. It's still awful. Rook g2. Oh, you're saying that that works. No, I think in the end you lose the thing there. If you go bishop f5.
What happens here?
King f6.
King f6, and you're in Zugzwang? Could that be? Can I just be like moving up that pawn? This
Well, see. So rook h2 is forced.
Yeah.
I go c5. You play bishop f1, I play c4. You can't even, the bishop has no scope at all.
Wow, so you're completely tied down to this checkmate threat, and then black simply calmly advances that pawn.
So Tan Zhongyi needed that win finally.
Right.
That miracle to happen.
So it does look like Geryachkina is going to get her win. It looks like you're going to get to go to the concert, and it's all in a good day's work.
Anyway, the point I wanted to make also after king f7 on move 51.
So knight f6, rook g7, here. Yeah, bishop f5, right?
Bishop f5, rook f2 check.
Right.
King g4, rook
Somehow
g2
we're
check.
getting this noise. I'm going to attempt to make it not so loud.
Okay, so king g4.
Yeah.
Rook g2 check. King h5. Now both knight f6 and knight g3 win. So it's simple enough.
So, yeah, that one is convincing.
Knight f6 as well, because rook h2, h5 is made, so you lose the exchange.
Oh, there we go. Checkmate in 2. All right. So what can we say? What was her big blunder? Her big blunder was bishop h3, apparently. What should she have done?
Oh, but way back, she's already at -2. Let's see,
Yeah.
like move 41 or something and see what the evaluation is there.
Well, she was kind of surviving in this position, but apparently even king g3, the obvious move, wasn't that good.
But what should she play? I don't see a move besides king g3.
Right, I mean, king g3 looked very normal. Okay, the computer doesn't like this rook retreat, which admittedly doesn't have much of a point. Okay, why did she do it? We don't really know.
Oh, and here's where it goes wrong for her. So
And
she was
then-
given a check and f5, and then she went bishop h3, which is kind
Yeah.
yeah, and that's
So
and
kind
it
of,
just turned very
yeah,
bad.
Alexandra got this e4 square for her knight. And now we are just waiting for her to find knight f6. So I think this is a good moment for us to watch Gukesh's interview after today's game. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Gukesh just finished his game against Hikaru Nakamura. It was a draw. Seems like it was a somewhat calmer game. You were pressing a little bit with white, but it never left the quality, like it was never something extremely good for you. So how do you feel about this game?
Yeah, it was a pretty calm game. I mean, I thought I had some slight pull in the opening, but yeah, this knight c8 and knight c8 idea was very strong, and I couldn't really see anything for white there. And after all the trades happened, I thought it might be a bit unpleasant for me, but I figured if I just stay and not do anything, it should just be a draw. So, yeah.
How do you assess your tournament so far?
Yeah, pretty good. I played some good games, but yeah, still a lot of games left.
Well, your competitor Vidit is playing some crazy chess here in the tournament. Do you follow his games during the time when you play, or maybe after the game day?
During the game, I'm not really following all the games in detail, but of course, I mean, all the games I check later. So, yeah.
Well, there are so many Indians here. You have a new generation that is really coming up. How do you feel about that? And when do you think we will see the world champion from India, next one after Anand?
Yeah, it's nice that there are a lot of strong players in India, and also a lot of fans and a lot of supporters. And about when we'll say the next world champion, I mean, it's very hard to make that kind of prediction. So, yeah, let's see.
Will it be this cycle?
I don't know. Let's see.
All right, thank you, and see you next time.
Thank you.
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
On our break, we had one result come in, and that was Lei Tingji's win over Hampi Kaneru with the black pieces. It went the way we were expecting. Simply, black's a-pawn was too strong, and after knight to b3, we have a few more moves. Bishop a3, bishop b2, and Lei was preparing to simply distract the knight and queen the pawn. So Hampi decided to make sure that a black pawn was sitting on that square. But that just means that now
she went a different route.
Yeah, d4 is available. And so here, Hampi decided it was a good moment to resign since this move is unstoppable, and so is the a-pawn. So big win for Lei, honestly winning out of not much.
Yes.
In this game. It's interesting, you know, because sometimes you have games where like someone's under pressure and they finally crack, like Abasov. And then you have a game like this where you can't really say that Hampi was having any particular problems. Like if we go to her, you know, position right here, it's like.
I thought white was even slightly better because of the black king.
Yeah.
I realize it's not realistic, but.
What problems? I mean, we have bishops of opposite color, just 4 pawns on the board.
Yeah.
And this is the position that she manages to lose, right? So this cannot be a good feeling for her at all. But, you know, the key moment, not much was happening.
Queen e3 takes.
Right.
Takes. E4. And
this was the key moment, this unfortunate move, knight f5, that started to go in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Did she even have to allow a queen trade? Like, was any of this really necessary? So she...
There's a better queen trade, by the way. Instead of, if you just go here,
yeah.
After knight d5, queen f2, if I want queen f3 is much better.
Ah, you want to do it like this, that way.
That just kills anything in the position.
That way you don't really have to even worry about the e-pawn, yeah? So she could have gone for that. So it was really as smooth as it could have been for her, but then she goes for this queen trade and then decides to, instead of moving in her king, or maybe just improving the bishop right away, right? She could kind of bring it to e2. She decides to go knight f5, lets in this knight, and suddenly her pawns start to hang. She still could have held it, apparently.
Here, you're, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you keep the c-pawn, then that c-pawn makes the a-pawn much stronger. And if you don't keep the c-pawn, then you have to face connected pass pawns. So this is a particularly horrible moment, but the advantage isn't that big yet. It seems that knight g3, knight takes c3, knight e4, knight a2, and then some bishop f7 maybe. And
this was not so bad, despite the fact that black has connected passers. But I mean, it was really a very difficult
It's hard to push them, but it's maybe hard to push them, and then that black king is stuck on g7 after bishop e6.
Yeah.
The knight and bishop keep the black king kind of corralled over.
But I would say this is like such a difficult move to make, because I mean, imagine from completely equal position, you're putting yourself in a situation where suddenly you have to give your opponent, you know, connected pass pawns, and then it's like, you know, only you can lose. So she didn't really adapt. You know, she tried to hold on to one of those pawns. That turned out to be just a losing move because suddenly she can't save the a-pawn.
37, you tend to just play c4, press the clock, and then look, but it's horrible already.
And then basically she lost the game due to that a-pawn just coming down the board, and it didn't really matter that white caught up in the number of pawns because the a-pawn was just too strong.
Here, maybe c5 was worth trying.
Right here.
Yeah. Oh, but bishop c5 is checked. That's the problem. And now black will happily take the piece.
Yeah.
I mean, we won't do this going after the last knight. He'll take the piece and simply.
So yeah, very tough loss for Hampi. And so our final game going is between Goryachkina, who is still going to be half a point behind Tan Zhongyi, but she is winning. She's got her opponent in this unusual kind of dominance where, well, this knight is just the most amazing piece on the board. And white had issues with getting checkmated here, so they had to bring their rook to this passive square. Now she's kind of freed up the rook, but this pawn is super dangerous.
Well, it's going to be Zugzwang, isn't it? So I play c3 here.
So c3 might be letting out the...
Oh, bishop d3 then.
So actually,
so
she played
D2.
rook d2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's even more exact. And then I'll play c3, c2, and put the king on d7, and your rook is running out of squares. You're in zugzwang, actually. You're losing by zugzwang.
So okay, you're basically saying that even though this rook is free to move now, it doesn't really matter.
So you go, let's say, rook at 6 check. I'm
Right.
going to be play king f7 or something, because I'm no hurry.
How about here?
Yeah, then I thought rook at 7, h5, but even that doesn't work. So you
Okay.
can go king e7, to be honest.
Any move, okay. And basically,
If rook c6, I go c3.
yes,
Your bishop and king can't move.
right.
So all I have to do is to
Put the
play
pawn.
c2, and then put the king on d7, and your rook has no squares
Right.
left. And
Wow, that's it. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that means, wow. Okay, I have a funny fact for you, Vishy. That means that for the first time in this
There are
tournament,
4 wins. I was about to mention that.
Yeah.
Now the women have caught up in the all decisive day.
yeah, that's actually pretty amazing. So we do
So what are
have,
we at 4 and 2 again, just like it was in the second round.
right?
Now it's reversed, 4
Yeah.
and 2. 2
So
amongst the men.
six decisive games
Yes.
out of 8, and today all 4 of them are on the women's side. That's pretty incredible, actually. I guess, yeah, the Konaru lay game was the one that helped to get there, because that is the result that is the most surprising.
Most
out of-
unexpected, yes.
Yeah. I mean, Logno winning, that happened early. Tan winning, I mean, that wasn't completely unexpected. She had a great position out of the opening. And Garyachkina, well, she had this extra pawn and she was better. So now she's waiting for her opponent to decide where to move her rook, or maybe just to resign. She definitely is looking very calm. So we're moving close to the halfway mark of the tournament, Vishy.
Yes, this is round 6, and then
Getting to round 7,
which is the
I'll try to
exact halfway.
unearth some more cool statistics, about how previous tournaments have stood at the halfway mark. But this one is already shaping up to be, well, very competitive. I mean, we're after 6 rounds, we have 2 players tied with each other.
We have 3 people on +2 and 1 person on +3. So Tan is +3, Goryachkina, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh are all on +2. And there'll be differences in the scores, but this is pretty high scoring for the first half, right?
But I think, from what I've looked into, even the fact that we have 2 leaders in the Open after round 6 is kind of unusual, right? Because we can, usually that leader pulls ahead of others. And so the fact that there's still 2 of them after round 6 is not.
But that's been the case in several so far, right?
I mean,
MBL and
MBL
and Nepo
yeah.
were going head to head. I think Aronian and me were tied
Right.
from 7 and 8 in Hunty.
And in the 2013
Magnus was tied
one,
with
yeah.
Kramnik till the very end.
Yeah.
Fabiano lost the penultimate round, or no, he lost the 12th round and then won the last 2. He beat Aronian and someone else.
In Berlin, who he beat in the last
Grushchuk.
round.
He beat Aronian and Grushchuk in the last 2. So they have people tie, but I don't know. I mean, specifically round 6, I don't remember if.
Right.
How often.
Well, we're gonna see about that. And so, yeah, it's a very close tournament. So we have Caruana still at +1, just cannot, hasn't been able to join that leading group.
But he's in sniffing distance, and he's not had to expend a lot of energy so far. He's, all it takes is 1 win, and he's right back in it. So, as we saw that Gukesh caught up with Jan already, it's not a big lead.
But I guess, maybe the surprise of the tournament is Firouzja on -3.
That is a negative surprise, yes.
Right. I mean, Abasov is also on -3, but Firouzja being there, and today really felt like a bit of, I don't know, like he just didn't really come into the game with the best frame of mind after yesterday.
Sure, something went horribly.
because he really, really gambled, especially with that queen takes f2 move.
Yes.
Well, Nurgul, she's still thinking. I mean, she doesn't have a whole lot of pieces that she can move here, so I'm not really sure what she's thinking about. Seems like only her rook can move, and okay, there's not much you can do about the plan of the c-pawn going. So we are
okay, she's also processing the situation, right? I mean, it's not necessarily she's trying to find something.
Right, right.
Processing the fact that she's going to lose another game.
So she and Vaishali are moving back to -1. Okay, she did make a move, and that was the check on h6. So let's see if Garyachkina already has her answer to this one. I mean, I guess she can do king, but you didn't want to go king g7 because that kind of puts you further out of reach of d7.
Actually, I felt that king g7 was the cleanest.
Well, she
because
went.
Nothing stopped me later on coming to d7. But
Yeah,
it
she
doesn't
went
matter.
to e7.
I mean, I was sort of worried about rook h5 for a second. I thought I have to waste time. But then I realized c3, c2 were just wins
push.
anyway.
Right,
so
right. Okay, so I think at this point, you know, Garyachkina pretty much just needs to either get her king out of checks or push the pawn. So her moves are pretty obvious. And Gukesh's game against Naka was pretty solid today, but I think Naka can be happy.
Yes. I think Gukesh was fighting for an advantage, but then it slipped past him, and then he remembered to put the brakes.
Yeah.
Reach the garage, so to speak. That's it.
Right. At some point, it definitely started to be very comfortable for Hikaru. And Hikaru played, you know, a bit of a suspect line, right? But we are seeing the players try the Sicilian out in this tournament. So quite a lot of Sicilians. It's actually either e5 or c5. Have we even seen any other openings, Vishy?
Oh, there's all the Carocans and all are coming in the women's section.
Right.
Has there been a French even? No, there's been no French.
No French, no Caro. I don't remember any opening other than e5 or c5 on the open side.
Right.
Which is funny, right?
And what are the stats with d4?
Stats with d4, I think are probably kind of all over the place, right? But I don't even think have we even seen a Nimzo here?
There was a Nimzo.
We've seen a Catalan. You remember seeing a Nimzo?
Yes, there was a Nimzo. Firouzja went to b4 and then came back to c5 and went back, and finally we realized that in fact it transposes whether you come from b4, c5. Yeah, that's how I remember.
All right, but we haven't seen any Kings Indians. We've seen a Slav from Hikaru.
And what I was joking with Vidit, that his game with Fabiano ended up as a Slav, even though it started out as a Rosalimo. It looked like an E3 Slav.
Yeah. So how do you think Black is getting out of check now?
King c5.
Okay, I think she's about to play that move.
Because if rook h5, then I go c3. Rook f5, I mean, it hardly matters. C2. And then if rook f8, then knight d6 and it resigns.
Yeah.
And if it's rook f7, I go king d6 or b6, and again you have to resign.
So let's think. Other than Vidit, who's had the most decisive games in this tournament? So Vidit has had 4 decisive games. I mean, it might be him. I mean, well, who's the next one? I mean, the next one is 3, but we could say it's Firouzja, it's Abasov, but
in a negative way.
Yes. Like Nepo and Gukesh only contributing 2 because they don't contribute the losses. Yeah. So Garyachkina has the king on c5, and she is definitely letting us know with her body language that, you know, she thinks this game should be over. Nope. but Salimova is still going to try to take the pawn in f5. So she went rook h5. And yeah, it's just about pushing this pawn. So any other opening surprises here for you, Vishy?
Well, I came here expecting to be surprised.
Yeah?
Sure.
What surprised you so, or like, what surprised you the most?
Definitely Vidit Prague.
That one,
That
yeah.
I did not see coming. I don't think anyone saw coming.
Mhm.
Especially against the player being seconded by Surya Ganguly, who was more or less single-handedly playing this line for a couple of years now. So that kind of really struck me. What else?
What about Prague's preparation in general? I mean, it seems like he's brought a lot of cool new ideas, like that game with Vidit. Then
Yes, he's able to create chances in every game. And
Yeah.
that's definitely the most important thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the black pawn is inching forward. It's already on c2, and I guess after rook back, knight d6 could be a good moment for resignation.
Sure.
Okay, here it is. So we get 4 decisive results in the women's section, 2 in the open for round 6, and we're going to be back with our recap video after a short break. For now, please enjoy this video of Vidit.
As one of India's top chess players, how do you feel about the growing chess culture in your country, and what role do you see yourself playing in it?
I'm not surprised at all that it's happening. It's happening for a couple of years already, and now it's more prominent because many of the players are in world's top 20 and winning tournaments abroad. But there was huge talent, and the main differentiator is like the opportunities now are in abundance. There are a lot of tournaments they can play in. There's ease of access of information and technology, so that plays a role. Regarding my role, I don't know yet. I'm still figuring it out. Probably, I still feel that the biggest way to influence anything is by your conduct and how you behave rather than what you say. So I think how I act, how I deal with things will be the way I can influence people.
Speaking of, you've known for your calm demeanor at the board. How important do you think emotional control is in chess, and how do you develop it?
I feel it's one of the very important qualities required because there are a lot of thoughts going on during the game, and if you're not able to control it, you can take a suboptimal decision. So it's very important, although not easy, not just for chess player but for any human being. So it requires training, and I've been working on it.
Yeah. Before your games, you're usually seen sitting and focusing, getting some quiet time in before playing. What goes through your head during those moments?
I have a ritual which I do before every game. I'll not delve like too much into details of it, but it's one of the ways to center myself before a game, to get into that game zone. It helps me just focus and also just get into the tournament atmosphere, and now you're playing, you're not just in your room, you're ready to fight. So all those things, it's a cumulative thing, I would say.
here we are. And welcome to our recap of the day 6 events here in Toronto, Canada. We had tons of decisive games today. Let's take a look at the results. In the open side, Vidit and Prague took down the losers from yesterday, Alireza Firouzja and Prague-Abasov. The other two games finished in draws, including a fairly quick and bloodless draw in the game between Nepo and Caruana. Gukesh versus Hikaru provided a little bit more things to analyze. So Jan is still at the top of the scoreboard along with Gukesh. They're tied for first to second, followed by Prague and Fabi on +1, 3.5 out of 6. Hikaru and Vidit are now at 50%. Now quite a big gap has opened up between them and Abasov and Firouzja. So on the women's side, we had 4 decisive games today. 3 with the black pieces, which is kind of incredible. And only Tan Zhangyi, the winner, won with the white pieces. She is still atop the women's standings, and she needed that win because Garechkina is hot on her heels. Tan is now on +3, while Garechkina moves to +2, 4 out of 6. Logno +1. And Lei Tingji, by winning today, gets back to 50%. So Vishy, why don't you walk us through the game that Prague won against Abasov?
Sure. Okay, so this was quite an intense struggle, but I'd like to take you to this moment at the end. Paradoxically, if black plays rook d6 here, it's totally out of danger because rook a6, the rook gets active, and the rook and bishop actually stop these pawns getting anywhere. But Nijat walked into a very, very deep and hidden trap, which is very beautiful. So rook a6. All exchanges of the rook mean that the pawns proceed unopposed. So black came here. And now Pragnananda found this brilliant move, knight d7. Now watch this knight. It controls that square, that square. So we'll see how important that is in a few seconds. The last hope was rook b5, though definitely Nijat is in a bad way here. But after king g7, rook a5, king g6, and I think what he missed was a4. And if black captures here, all the squares that the bishop needs to get to are mine. The bishop can't go to e5 to come to d4. It can't come to c5. It can't go to b8. So the pawn is going to queen. Nijat lost in a slightly different way. a5, gf2, a6. And Prague won the game. Nijat had defended extremely well until the final segment, but once again, he loses at the end.
And the other decisive game, it came much earlier between Vidit and Firouzja. We were pretty excited to see Firouzja play the classical Sicilian instead of his usual Najdorf. And Vidit responded with bishop c4, which is much less popular these days than the Rouser. So it was kind of like a flashback to the 1990s when this line was very popular. Queen b6. And then Firouzja gave us a little surprise by protecting the pawn with queen to d8. After a few quite typical moves, white does have a nice attacking position. The queen returned to b6, wasting some time. And Firouzja, in a position that, is dangerous for him, obviously, but he went for a move that, I don't know, it could be called a little bit reckless because obviously that pawn does not look like the safest pawn to take. Black has little development and white is completely developed. So here, Vidit's challenge was finding the best way to win, and he was up to it. He found this beautiful pawn sacrifice with e5. The pawn cannot be taken because the opening of the d file is too critical, and the queen is going to run into trouble no matter where she goes. If she goes to h4, then this attack, taking the knight and the checkmate on d7 is the problem. And if she goes here, she gets trapped like this. And again, the bishop does the job. So Firouzja was forced to not capture the pawn. He went knight d7, but then this pawn on d6 was just a bone in the throat, as it wasn't allowing him to develop properly. And actually, Vidit did not have a problem winning from this position. So now let's take a look at the women's games. We have a game that Katerina Logno won with the black pieces against Vaishali.
Yes. So today the women had 4 decisive results, reversing the second round. This was a great combat. Vaishali should have taken with a knight, which would have justified the whole concept. This knight landed on the b4 square. As you see, this will be important. Bishop c4, queen takes d4. Again, not necessary. If you see the right idea, you could capture with the bishop. Bishop f6. And then Katerina played knight f4. Now, it's very hard to see that rook e3 is totally harmless. Queen d1 check. I just go back. I bring the bishop back. And if you take, I take. And this is a draw. Rook e3 is hard to see because it's very easy to think that in this position, somehow knight e2 will happen or something, but there is no way of getting it. After knight over here, I can just play rook takes f4. And after knight a1, knight c3. So rook e3 would have defended. It's not the easiest move, but I think it would have been possible to find it by elimination. Unfortunately, Vaishali took queen takes b4, excuse me, this move, queen takes b4, bishop takes f3. Now, even bishop f1 loses to knight takes g2. There is just bishop takes g2, queen g5 wins nicely. So she played g3, and after queen d4, the game was over very quickly.
Yeah. And well, we have 4 decisive results in the women. We're going to show you the most interesting ones. And certainly the one by the leader Tan Zhangyi over Tan-Muzychuk was a highlight. Now, Tan had been doing well from the opening, and she was attacking ferociously. Here you can see she sacrifices her bishop in order to get the queen in and lands this knight c6 move. Takes on g5, she's completely winning. And here she just needs to capture this pawn with the bishop. Basically the line goes bishop takes, 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 and knight e7 is one of the strong moves, although I think we were also looking at queen f7, so there were multiple ways to win. Instead, Tan surprises us with rook takes f6, kind of an unnecessarily giving up more material than she has to. Anna takes it. Now Anna's not losing anymore. She's actually up a rook. And of course, it's a super complicated position, but we were expecting her to just bring this bishop into the defense by taking the pawn. At some point, white just kind of runs out of attacking pieces. I think the line goes like knight takes g8, queen takes g8, queen e7, and queen f7 blocking, and then we have rook takes e6, and in the end, black gets out of danger into some kind of endgame like this. But of course, it's a lot to calculate, but still the move bishop e6 is pretty intuitive. Instead, she goes rook e4, trying to bring the rook into the game, but unfortunately, this gives Tan a beautiful win. Rook takes. And knight takes, and now she captures the rook. She doesn't have to move her queen because if the queen gets captured, it's a fork, and she'll be up a piece. And then she forces a queen trade, and that's the end, because literally nothing black can do than take the queen, but if the pawn takes, it promotes. There's nobody around to stop the pawn, and not the king, not the bishop, and not the knight. So That's how Tan moves to +3. Very convincing result for her. And that is all for our wrap-up of the day 6. It was a great day of chess. It's going to make it super exciting for the rest of the tournament, Vichy.
Yes, and we have lots of high-scoring players, and the tournament's very poised beautifully, I think, for us.
So we're going to see you guys tomorrow for round 7, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time.